Mahir, can you monitor stream audio as well? On your phone, yeah, or whatever. I don't care. Cool. Okay, we are live on Twitch. Yeah. How's it going? Are we ready for the 1v1 soon? Okay. Can I get all observers in Discord, please? Cool, awesome. Let me have a look at that. Oh, I can't preview it, but yeah. Actually, I can. So you said bracket is ready?
16. Good to see you again, everyone. 16 teams entered, only 8 remain as we head into the first round of playoffs. Welcome to the Oceanic Champions League. I'm Mercury. I'll be your host for the show tonight. We've got a doubleheader of incredible matches ahead. But before we intro our teams, I will not be journeying into this madness alone. I'm joined by Merlin for his league casting debut and the incredible, as always, Weapon as we prepare to break down the games. How are you two going?
Honestly, what an interesting situation to find myself in. It feels like I've jumped through the multiverse, a couple of Doctor Strange portals, and here we land ourselves in the land of League of Legends on Summoner's Rift. It's exciting to be here for me. I'm super keen to finally whip out some knowledge, some ball knowledge back from a decade ago to kind of put it on the field here. And I couldn't be more happier to be joined by two veterans, two people that I've known so well in the industry, Merc and, of course, Weapon.
Dude, it's going to be exciting. I am keen. And you're in safe hands, don't worry. We'll guide you through, but I think you'll be completely fine. Based on what we were talking about before the show went live, I think you've been around the tracks in about a long time. It's going to be fun. We do, of course, we're waiting to see if we actually get a match. But,
yes.
hopefully we do. We do have a couple of really fun matches because the playoffs are here. This is it. This is the chance of teams to... the rubber meets the road very much here, and to stamp your mark on this tournament. This is where it starts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And looks like we've got a few... I mean, it wouldn't be Oceania, it wouldn't be live broadcast with our incredible team if there weren't some hiccups all across the board, but that's just the way things go when you're doing things live for the first time. At the current state, like you mentioned before, Dream Team versus QAQ is our first match. We'll get into the stats and the graphics later on, but at the current point, because of the lateness of QAQ, they are down one game to start things off in a series they're going to need to put their all into, because Dream Team, they've been living up to the name. They are arguably the best team in the tournament right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, watching the gameplay that's been coming through from the Dream Team, it's pretty clear that they're just a cut above at the moment, right? They're more coordinated. They've got more succinct kind of game plans going into every single match. The drafts, I could even argue to be just a little bit better and playing into the comfort of their own hands. So just on the basis of that, QAQ was already walking into an uphill battle for this series alone. So starting 0-1, it's not ideal, you know? So I feel like, you know, there's got to be a choice that needs to be made here. Do you just take the L? Or are you going to try and fight the uphill battle from an even lower standpoint? Weapon, you should take me into the battles of like what you think that would happen. What would it take for QAQ to come through here?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So if we do a little bit of analysis on what these teams actually look like, it's pretty... It's not unreasonable to say that the Dream Team come as favourites. Like, there's probably a low chance that QAQ get out of this one alive. But what I would be looking at would be the contested champion pools. If you can take the Dream Team off a bit of comfort, I'm talking about picks 11 in particular. Yeah, if you can take that away, maybe try and pull some moves in a draft where your opponents have something a little bit less potent than what you've got, then maybe that's your angle in. The rest has to come through gameplay and see what that looks like. But we get a 1v1. This will be fun.
Yes, we do. We have a 1v1 to start things off. I'm super excited to see which of the players will be brought forth to this. I believe we'll get that here in just a moment. I can't wait to see. And then they'll obviously determine the first selection, who gets that all-important first pick, because I think I know what the main priority of this draft will be, and it probably is going to be that Jarvan.
Yeah, looking for it. I think we've got the 1v1 just about now as well.
Let's go.
Let's get into towards the game. But, you know, first and foremost, what do you think, Weapon and Merc, is going to be, you know, the side selection criteria here? Because, you know, as of 2026, it's changed a little bit since the previous past.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about like League of Legends is we go through cycles of any game. We're iterative, we have patches. What will often happen after a big shake-up of the game, end up in these fake metas where red side is actually prioritized because people value counter pick. So they try to get their opponents to show their first, and then they'll reach into their bag of tricks. But I think what we're seeing as we solidify into this meta, that and obviously there is a big shake-up coming through, but we are now reaching a point where I think it is actually going to be a lot more valuable, and a lot more teams in the tier 1 competition starting to lean towards that direction, so they can pick up things like the J4, because it goes so well with things like the Camille, the Ziggs, the Cassiopeias, these mage bots, which can also be flexed into the mid lane, which are just so potent alongside. So I expect blue side probably going to be the priority.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these teams go, because I think before we get into the 1v1, I wanted to get your predictions heading in towards this all-important series. Now, last week on the cast, I stated that I think that the winner of this tournament will come out of Group A, but I want to get your predictions overall over the course of this best of 3. Obviously, one of those games is already decided, so... What do you think?
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 2-0, but if I see, you know, the Dream Team whip out a Kaiser top again or something like that, and Twitch support, I don't know. It might swing the other way, but right now I'm pretty confident that it's looking at 2-0. What about you, Evan?
Yeah, I agree. 2-0, him just looks so good throughout this tournament. Even if they've busted out some weird stuff, but I'm being told that the 1v1 is ready, so we at least have that to look for.
Casters, let's get right into it. Take it away.
Yeah, I think you'll be hanging out with us, but let's find out. Yeah, okay. You are here. You are with us. Hey, we can just yap through this. It is, so what is it? Jace versus Tom Kench, of all things.
Interesting.
A little unfair on my books, if you think about it, right? Like, one's got 2 life bars for the price of 1.
Yeah, so BB busted out the tech. I played against J4, TK last night in top lane, just on a random, like, normal game. That champion does way too much damage. It's actually kind of gross.
Oh, yeah.
I was exactly saying that. Like, this guy licks you to death, like, in 4 to 5 hits. It's actually insane. I feel like every single time I go up against a TK, I also have this faint sense of delusion that it's just a frog. You know, hey, how bad can it be, right? And I'm going to go up and poke him, and then next thing you know, you're the person that's got the health deficit. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's that support base stats, right? It catches you by surprise every time. Supports kind of need those good base stats to be functional because they're not going to get much else. But he's very much built like that, but then he does also have additional sort of aspect of him being able to go top, which doesn't matter. I do think Jay just has the advantage in this matchup because he's a range champion, but we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, TK, the other thing you could do is go for that Dusk and Dawn build. And I wanted to see, actually, if possible. Can we see the items?
Ooh. First Q miss though.
Oh,
BBP off. Yeah, this is going to be the Exhaust Ignite, so going for that kill pressure.
Yeah, it seems like TK might actually be biding their time to try to hit level 6, because that's where the swing of the tide is going to come in, where you land a couple of auto attacks and, you know, you get yourself into that ultimate. And
is
Jace,
he going to try and put Jace under the tower? Because that's devious.
Maybe
possibly.
this is some technology that we've never just thought about before, because I don't typically
He does a lot of damage to the tower though.
Yeah, first tower will end this, assuming we're using standard 1v1 rules. So this actually very quickly, if whoever our Jace player is, I'd love to get the confirmation, is wear this tower down. It's pretty much untouched stage.
Yep, no recalls though and burned a lot of mana.
It's pretty interesting that they go for the mana regen instead of typically you'd be looking for HP on those little health boosts, but it seems like they're definitely coming in towards that kind of, you know, crux point of when the fight's going to break out in the next level or two, and I think TK's readying up. You can see the confidence just walking through the wave a lot more than previous as well.
Level 6 here. But then, how much can the Jace get into significant damage? Actually goes for that all in.
Here we go.
Double exhaust coming out, of course, looking to find that ultimate. Does get the stun off. It's gonna be the Chop Mania, but doesn't immediately take it through. Pushes him into the bush, and that's first blood. Just a classic walk up to you and see you later.
That's it. First kill ends the 1v1. BBP with the TK tech gets it done. Just right into the Devour. So much damage. The champion does way too much damage for who they are. In the top lane, it's an absolute menace. So, nicely played. If that does mean we actually get a game, if this side selection actually means something.
Yeah,
well, I'm hearing that they are ready. So we'll have to see what they end up going for. Few minutes out, but we'll have to see what they end up going for in regards to their right of first selection, right? Do they go for that first pick? As we look ahead to that draft phase, there are a number of picks that Dream Team especially will want to get their hands on. They are 100% win rate on the Jarvan so far this tournament. Their Rumble's been looking solid as well. They've got a lot in the toolkit that they can really bring out in this all-important game for QAQ. If they lose this, they are down to the lower bracket already.
Honestly, it looks like the priority of Jarvan for both teams is incredibly high. So, you know, picking first pick here might just be kind of the linchpin to get yourself to that fast 2-0 that you're looking for. And of course, the Dream Team has that Aurora presence in the mid lane. You look on the kind of counterpart of what QAQ's been playing, it's a little bit more, you see the Akali there, you know, you see Cannon played once in the mid as well. It's a little bit more, you know, squish central. And you look at, you know, Aurora being present in the mid lane. You see Veigar being played a few times as well. A lot more on either, you know, a little bit more defensiveness or, you know, that range kind of presence where you play a control mage in the back end. It's a little bit more controlled, a little bit more closer to what you typically would see in the tier 1 echelon.
What I'm most interested in, as we do have our head-to-head, is actually want to talk about this bot lane, because everyone's talking about the mage meta that we're in right now. Of course, you know, roaming supports. We have yet to see patch 12.16 drop, which a lot of that roaming is going to be nerfed for those supports. Tau has been one of the few players in the tournament who actually has lent into that mage meta fairly hard. Whose games in his pocket, whereas for Tomas, it really has just been the Mel, which has only been played a couple of times, and the rest of the time it has been traditional AD carries, primarily that Kai'Sa, which we do see as an answer to the Ezreal. So that's what I'll be keeping an eye on. Hasn't been shown by Tau, but I imagine is in the pool, and another potential opportunity to take away something from the Dream Team and put them a bit more sort of discomfort.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of picks at their disposal as well. Tomas with the Kai'Sa. A lot of green on their win rate there. The Aurora's 100%. The Kai'Sa's 75. They just have so you only have so many bans as we look ahead to the champion priority here and just take a bit of a more in-depth look towards them here. And look at these wonderful graphics made up by our incredible team here.
The goats.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the kind of differential between the teams and what they play as well. You know, you do see that Mbessa presence, you know, a little bit of a homage to unfortunately not having an ultimate anymore. But, you know, we'd love to see Mbessa still in the meta, of course. One thing that I've actually wanted to see from some of these teams, especially with the now new kind of answer to the mage bot lane, is the Ezreal plus the Seraphine that was recently played in the LCK that seems to be extremely powerful against these mage bot lanes, right? And I think we did see it a couple of times of OCL as well. So I'll be excited to see if that comes through today as a bit of an answer. But, you know, heaps of choice between both teams here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Mages have always been dominant because of the fact that they're able to hold priority. But we've been seeing the develop of these kind of oppressive AD carry plus support pairings, usually an enchanter, which is able to just keep in lane. And that's what the Ezreal Seraphine does, as does things like the Caitlyn Bard. So it's a meta where you can't play AD carries. You just have to be selective about where you do play them and what you're going to give up in return, which could potentially be, you know, pressure in the bot lane and could be the enemy support to your top laner and tilting them off the face of the earth.
Yeah,
QAQ has a lot to prove as we head in towards this all-important draft for game number 1. Technically game number 2, but we'll call it game number 1. So my casters, my friends, take it away.
Let's do it. Do we have a draft?
I think so.
Should be.
We have a draft.
Coming up now.
Whoa!
Let's go. All right. This is where all the excitement starts to come to fruition, right? All the speculation comes to realization. So Ziggs instantly banned out. I'm not surprised, Weapon. Come on, that's just the classic, of course, knowing what QAQ's been playing. But we'll see what happens from the side of QAQ. Not surprised with a possible Rumble. Interesting Malphite pick. Yone being banned out here as well.
Yeah, I think Yone is just a great champion right now, but not sure one's been taken away, but of course the Ziggs, very much just one of those mage bots that works really well alongside the Camille. We'll see what else does get taken away. Yeah, okay, there's the other half of the combo. Don't let them have Camille so they can pair it with a Mel. Makes a decent amount of sense. I'm expecting on the side of QAQ that they will be targeting a lot of those top lane picks, because BB has been an incredible performer for them. One of the main threats I look at, especially down the stretch, really good team fighting from this player. And the other one I'd want to keep an eye on would be High, who has actually been a standout, a player that I not come in with a lot of knowledge of, I think, but has actually shown to be a very proficient. So we'll see what ends up getting taken away. Nefiri, blocker pick for an Orianna, of course, but also a very jungler in its own right.
Yeah, a lot of great choices, and Neferi also one of those super high damage champions as well. It clears really, really fast. It should be quite a good answer into one of the meta junglers that both teams are kind of looking for here, which is Jarvan, of course. I'm more interested about Yasuo and Yone being banned out. I get the Yone, not sure about the Yasuo weapon. Maybe you know a little bit more about me than that specifically. Yeah, I guess it's probably like a targeted, pocket pick in that front. So we'll have to see. Is that an empty ban coming through from the side of QAQ on the third?
Maybe they missed a ban. I'm not. Yeah, I forgot. This is Sam is very much a Wind Brothers one trick or two tricks, as you would say. Regardless, one of the better Yasuo Yone player server, and targeting that away. We've seen at Sam a lot where they just don't look quite as comfortable on those. Maybe something to work on as you move through your competitive experience. But J4, and I immediately when I see J4 think of the Cassia, because it's such a just brutal combo. Throw down the Cataclysm, Miasma goes on top of it, whoever is in there cannot get out, and you're one of the most serviceable carries in the game at the moment. So we'll see if Sam does reach for that, could also go into the Hamas, or if it gets stolen away here.
And obviously, why not both, right? You chuck Cassiopeia in the bot lane, you can always pick that Orianna in the mid lane. You get that triple combo going on, Cataclysm with the Miasma into the, shield into Shockwave. It's just a wombo combo of the ages, right? And that turned the tide for, what was it, 2016 for Faker or something like that in that crazy wombo. Not surprised that we see the Ahri immediately getting 3 charges of a get out of jail free card alongside Elise to combo on with that charm. It makes a lot of sense. And I feel like this is quite stock standard as to what the draft looks like for most games at the moment. Except for this Cho'Gath now coming out, Caster's Curse.
I mean, if we're going to see the Faker Shockwave combo reduced here in the OCL, then that's one of the parts. Yeah. It's the hot pot combo locked in. So Rumble J4, that's another one of those combos that we see paired up nicely. The Cho'Gath is another one that works really well because there's a circle, you put your circle in it, works great. But then the question is, where is this Cho'Gath? Is it some scummy Cho'Gath mid business? Are we looking at a port? Could it even be bot lane? I've been curious actually to see how long, I mean, very much nerfed, but how long is it going to take before Senna start to rear her ugly head in the meta? She's not ugly, actually. But Senna Cho'Gath, of course, a combo that we've seen before. Could certainly happen, as their best is locked in.
Definitely. I feel like, the vibe of what this draft is going for right now, QAQ seem to be reactionarily answering to the picks of what TDT is putting down. Karma being banned out, of course, extremely strong bot lane support. Also can be now flexed a little bit in towards that mid side as well, that we've seen some crazy off-meta picks up in Europe. Draven and Kaiser. Kaiser being locked out, I don't think that's a surprise at all. Likewise with Bard, but Draven, an interesting one. Probably another targeted pick on towards Tomas as well, as we get into the second half of the draft here.
Yeah, Caitlyn Bard, so that won't be there. I also want to talk about this pick into the Rumble, because it's something we've been seeing a lot in Tier 1, especially in our very own LCP, in our backyard, and it's something I'm never impressed by. It does give you a decent setup when it comes to the late game team fights, but only if you have the ability to hit confirm the Ambassador ultimate, which is something you just need these days, because otherwise you do not hit that thing on an opponent has functioning hands. So I'm not seeing that great hit confirm, and I'm starting to get concerned for QAQ's setup when it comes to team fights. Like, Pika doesn't find a good angle into a kick. How do the fights start?
Yeah, what team fight are we seeing here at all? Like, you need all of these ultimates that come on board for the side of QAQ are quite situational, right? You look at the kick having hit multiple people, you want the charm on a crucial carry, and both of them are still moving, so there's no hit confirm on the Ambassador. You need to almost time it with the moving part. And an interesting, of course, MF coming through, but I'm not too surprised if you're looking at a wombo combo from the side of the Cataclysm, on with the knockout, with an ulti from the side of Rumble, put the bullet time in there as well, plus a Nautilus. It just seems like everything dogpiling onto one. It makes a lot of sense. I'm not surprised. QAQ, not so much. A little bit more skirmishy.
Okay, so there is your team fight start in the mid lane with the Galio. But so the Nautilus pick really heads up here. It doesn't necessarily give you that snatch that a Kaiser would with the Misfortune picked in that AD role. but it does an option to, I mean, we're not swapping, so I'm assuming that's going to be a gap. But it does give you something which you're able to latch onto either the Ahri or the Ezreal with that ultimate.
Yep.
And that follows, and that is your follow gauge after that. Cho'Gath mid's a bit goofy, but hey, not something we haven't seen before. And I guess another part of that Wombo combo, just like you're saying, you know, Q, walk up, silence, eat whoever's not dead at that stage.
I feel like I'm confused here. You might need to help me out, Weapon. Is this Ahri support then? If the Galio's hitting mid, I don't think that's the case, right?
Oh, yeah. No, it's Galio support. You're right. Yeah. My mistake.
But in that case, you know, I feel like as soon as you see Galio into support, there's a couple of the crucial factors that you're going to be accounting for, right? You don't get as much gold, you're not going to be as tanky, you're not going to be ahead of the curve, which means you start the team fight, you're probably going to just die, right? You're not an Alistar, you don't have, you know, 70% damage reduction, you just have a taunt, and that's closer to an engage than a disengage most of the time when you utilize those. So I feel like what QAQ have set up for themselves is a little bit of this kind of like fake engage system, because as soon as they engage, they kind of have to commit, or else that Galio is dead anyways, right?
Yeah, you're 100% right. A lot of it is going to come off the back of how well this Ambessa navigates the early lane. And given the fact she's already into that Rumble, I don't have the greatest of confidence that this is going to be an Ambessa who's necessarily massively ahead. The Galio, some outs, of course, you know, the taunt, as you say, it is a form of engage. It does come damage reduction. But I do agree. They have to pull that trigger and they have to find target. And they do have a couple of outs in it. This is a misfortune. She's going to be relatively mobile. If you burn that flash early, if the Lee Sin's able to get active early, then yes, that's into the game. But it does feel like one where I think QAQ have to be pretty significantly ahead at the sort of 50 for the game to really start to feel like it can swing in their favor.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like that Lee Sin definitely needs to be a bit of a linchpin, you know, for the Galio to actually heroically enter into that fight, to get something going there, because it just seems so impossible for Galio to actually be given the space to walk up and not get poked down, to actually land a taunt on any of these people on the side of TDT, of course. And looking at that top lane, like you mentioned, for Ambessa, I guess that's the only hit confirmed for the ult that you're gonna have, is that Heroics entrance, aside from, you know, the taunt, the kick, and the charm, which all still keep them moving. But we'll have to see where this kind of takes us in this case, because like you mentioned, Weapon, it's all going to come down to the laning phase and who gets ahead first.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got a Rumble on OP. That's pretty much all I needed to see in this game. It was kicked with the Ambessa, but I don't have a lot of confidence in it, as I said, as River is going to find Heine and take some pieces out of his health bar, but that's just confirmed on both sides. So now both junglers confirmed to be starting top, pathing to the bot most likely, unless there's any sort of camp skipping shenanigans about to happen. And we'll have a collision in the bot lane around about that 3-minute mark.
Yeah, super keen to see how that's going to go down. Of course, you know, lane state's going to be even for the first couple of levels regardless on both laners. But already Chunks coming out. You see the Nautilus getting poked down here. A lot of aggression coming through from the side of QAQ in the bot lane, knowing that they can push that level 1 advantage. That stick shot is just that strong. And of course,
I'm going to do some detective work in that bot lane. So you see the wards. Oh, nice, Q-Lance. You see there's 2 wards. I am that the Galio hit either E or W on one or both targets, and it was one from there. But it is very much a lane where we expect that Ezreal to have push priority early, and then more points will come into the queue, more damage coming from the passive. Wow. This is another champion who does way too much damage. My god.
This is why the Baus FFS was playing this in top lane. Like, it just makes so much sense. And now we see it in mid, just walking up and able to slam you for about 400 or 500 damage like that is quite egregious. Obviously, with the back end of the trade, you know, RNG back for it. But, you know, yeah, like you mentioned, the eyes are kind of on this bot lane here, because they need to find some kind of pick early to get that ball rolling, to get that snowball going, to keep them ahead of the curve before, you know, scaling kicks in and all of a sudden in a team fight you just don't have enough materials and resources to go off with.
Yeah, exactly. And I am also looking at Bulldog himself at a good game. Unfortunately, for the earlier part of this game, he is very much going to be locked in lane, babysitting this misfortune. Cannot really be left alone. When a game, as they're able to open up the map, we'll see what they can start to do with this Nautilus. Didn't quite mention it in the draft of anti-synergy as well. Nautilus is not someone you want to pick alongside the J4, as there's an invade going on. Actually, this Bulldog and Tomas under threat here. They've got the wave clear.
Definitely trying to push it out. I mean, like, at the same time, you know, Hinny is there, so no dive going to be happening right here, but interesting back timer coming out from the side of Bulldog as well, keeping the lane state a little bit more even. As soon as they pushed the wave out there, he wanted to go back, of course, but at the same time, this opens a new threat, but thankfully, River has just run away, opted for the crab instead.
Yeah, Bulldog is just looking for any roam time he can find, because as soon as that wave was cleared, he was able to just hit that B button. He wants to try and find some place in mid lane. We'll find it.
Flash Hook going to be going down, and you can see the wombo combo, the knock up into another knock up. That's going to be the first blood coming through, and of course Sam now accelerated on the Cho'Gath, gets them forward both in the XP and gold department. We're going to be seeing them growing massive a little bit faster than we expected.
We talked about the laning prowess, and that was just all off of Bulldog. The minute he could get out of the lane,
Again?
he did it.
Another
They're going again.
And here we go, Ari looking to find another second lease of life, but that is not happening. Bulldog is coming alive and just orchestrating these symphony plays coming through for the mid lane and just opening up such a huge gold lead. It's already 600 in the favor of Sam.
Bulldog is the puppet master, and Lee Sin that's on his strings, he throws out that hook. And as you said, just wombo combo. But it's just that Bulldog found. He was able to get out of bot lane. The second he did it, something happened in the mid lane, and that's his. I also love.
Oh my!
Are we doing it again? That was sick by Sam. I also love this meta because in times past, if there was a support in my lane as a mid laner, any mid laner, what are you? You're leeching experience. Get out of here. Yes. But you know that the other is going to be in the lane, so it just doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and I've heard this from the pros as well. Like, they're saying, they're all like, you encourage the support to be there because it's going to be a 2v2.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you look at, you know, days of past, you'd be like, stop taxing me, please. Like, I need the EXP to get to level 6 as fast as possible so I can start roaming, you know, and stuff like that. Back when, you know, TF was definitely part of the biggest meta as well. But exactly like you mentioned, as soon as you see your support in lane, you're probably going to just assume that the other support's there anyways. And echoing exactly what you said, it seems like fights breaking out here, but I don't think any consequences are going to be happening. Mind that, it's going to be a triple attack into the jump. It will be Sam just coming alive again with a 3-0 for the board of TDT. I mean, I didn't think he had the damage, but clearly I don't have my ratios on lock here, because that is what a play, you know, because Ari was probably thinking, you know what, hey, let me hit a charm, let me get some damage off, I'll get the trade off, it's good for me. Never mind, I die instead.
Yeah, never mind. And Sam is going to be building up towards the belt, so he will have even more mobility. And yeah, Dragon started up. That's just off the fact that there was a kill in mid lane, so resets have to come out. If there's going to be a contest, it doesn't look like it is going to be anything, so first rate handed over. But this Cho'Gath, again, just with this AP build, does so much damage, and will, if he gets rolled the game, he's going to be so tanky. And this is an Ezreal, right? Like, this is not your traditional hype kill everyone on the team. Neither is the top lane, neither is that mid laner. So the drafting woes kind of continue, because if this game gets out of control, which we kind of set up, there is not really going to be any answer to QAQ, and this is a game where they need to get things done.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be a triple gank in towards mid. Of course, a taunt starting it all, like we mentioned in draft as well, with a triple follow-up. We do find their death on Sam instead. And in this case, you know, a great engage just innocently farming the lane and was like, you know what, you get the cannon, but you also die for it. And it makes sense. They had to commit a lot of utility, and, you know, lovely for Ezreal there, of course. True Shot Barrage finds that kill, gets them ahead, which I would argue to be their only win condition now after Ari's fallen a couple kills behind.
Yeah, Ezreal very much needs to have a good game. The whole team does, but Ezreal in particular, I think, will be that main damage source out of the Ari. And both mid laners have been caught sleeping a little bit without their flashes. Sam's was blown offensively, so you don't feel quite as bad about it, being that he is 2-1-1, so you're pretty happy that Proto will unlock very, very soon. But we do look towards the next objective spawn, will be those grubs at 120, and Bulldog is showing no signs of going back bot. He just lives elsewhere. And that's a great sign, because as those grubs start to, that gives you control of that top side. It's going to give you vision setup, engage in the top.
That's going to be a fight already breaking out. Unbeknownst to BBP, there is a flash coming through from the plays of Lee Sin here, but does not find any kind of success. Does have the ulti come out, and of course, you know, denies the full engage of both members here, but we do kind of have to consider that's a lot of utility being expended just for that singular gang. Now, at least in no flash, you don't get, you know, too much challenging on towards the grubs, which are being taken right away afterwards.
Yeah, doors open for the grubs. It was their one chance on the top side. Ribbon went for it. Valiant effort, but somewhere in the state of Queensland, Paolo just said, "That's my boy." And I will get a message from him very confirming this, I imagine. But BBP played that as well as he could. I mean, even dropping the equalizer on the way out to make sure they couldn't follow. Really well played, and it's going to open up the grubs. They now have those 3 grubs. No pressure to really use them at this stage, but once they start to open up this game a bit more, those towers are going to melt, and you're going to quick run out of real estate on the side of QAQ.
Yeah, of course. And of course, with Bulldog, you know, not being around in the bot lane as well, Tower has been able to generate about a 10 CS lead. And of course, with the kill on top, they've almost equalized the initial deficit that was caused in mid lane as well on the gold side of things. They're just apart by a couple of 100, which is pretty much inconsequential at this point. So the game state here is seemingly a little bit more stabilized, seemingly able, you know, to continue on for both sides without any big issues, except for this lane gank. This is looking like it's brooding here, trying to bait as best they can. A tier acting, but it's a gank in top with a TP coming through as well. Multitudes of actions, but you can see the bot lane also fighting at the same time right now. We'll have to see if that actually pans out to anything. Seems like they've gotten away safely. Likewise for the side of top.
Looks like Bulldog did take a decent chunk of that bot side. We're fighting in the jungle, and Sam gets another one. Just the Proto Bulk unlock, has the ultimate ready. Doesn't get the kill with the chomp, which he would have been sad about, but he will be happy about the kill. And meanwhile, Tomas and Bulldog does his custodial duties once in his game, and is able to keep Tomas happy, and just walks away, and yeah, there's the kill. That bot lane getting out of hand, as is the top side of the map. Yeah,
that is just so much damage. I think it was like 500 and something just off the chomp alone. Like the RE health bar went from half HP to pretty much nothing. And that just shows how ahead you are, right? Like, you look at what Sam has purchased and look at what Zeke has purchased. Zeke has literally got boots and like 3 side items. It's really tough to fight at all against this Cho'Gath, especially with the Hail of Blades as well. And, you know, you look at the difference between Tomas and how it's actually almost the same, right? We see a Trinity Force being purchased for the Ezreal, which is one of your core items, but best you got on the other side is Vampiric Scepter, and that's not looking great either.
Yeah, it's negligible, right? You've got the BS sword picked up, so possibly a big spike for Tau, but it's going to be a question of what you can actually get. That's the charm lands. Nice play.
No, wait, not again.
Not again. Okay. Held my breath. Ignores in the mid lane once again. But it is going to be a question of what Tau can do. It does feel like you're very much on a clock. With the rest of your map on fire, I would not be surprised if they start to over-indir Ezreal and actually try and make some plays around him, like we just saw in that last play in the bot lane. And now Dragon. They do have the one dragon already stacked. This could in for QAQ.
Oh! An engage from Bulldog. Heroic entrance instantly looking to counter here. As you see, the Ari already dropping super low. Has to immediately disengage. Bulldog going to the wayside here as well as the fight, and the equalizer comes out as well. Looking to find something more, as we do with a triple on towards all casualties here. You see 2 for the side of TDT as the fight continues to go through. Sam to find a little bit more. He's in. Heads up. Gally gets the sword down, Bulltime coming out, but it's a perfect counterplay with a poor positioning from the side of TDT. I mean, that fight actually went out way better for the side of QAQ than I expected there.
Yeah, and it was just off the bat, TDT not having all of their pieces in place, and then Heine, I think, just a little ahead of the team. We're going to see it again. So yeah, it is Bulldog who actually goes ahead of the team, but the Galio, the charm is excellent. the Ahri gets away with her life, and Ezreal just pumping out so much damage, untouched. It is Sam who is able to get the kill actually with the chomp, but then he gets chased down, and as you say, Hustle and Beast, or Tomas rather, able to really open up with the bullet time at any point in this fight until about now, and now is not the time. Hear Professor Oak's voice in your head, or the text, I guess, at the bottom of your screen. Now's not the time for that, because he gets immediately just jumped on, and that was the go button QAQ hitting for. Although, Dragon traded. What?
We come out of a failed team fight, and instead we're going to be seeing a Dragon taken for the team that lost it, and getting a kill for their troubles here, as of course that's going to be Bulldog utilizing fucking depths here, looking to find the knock-up, and gets the hook amongst the minions. True Shot Barrage coming through, that might be a casualty onto the side of Tomas. One more auto attack's going to take it, but they can't reach it. It's too close for comfort right now. It's a go immediately in! Sent in and served on a silver platter. That is River just giving waters over back to TDT.
Bulldog, the mighty Bulldog himself, just smacked. The hook lands, gets enough damage back that River just feels like he's committed, then dives in under the tower and again just meets the crowd control of this Nautilus and is able to complete the kill with the interference coming in from Heine, so they keep all members safe. Swings and roundabouts in this game, it's a bit chaotic at the moment with the Gold League basically dead even. Damn up towards the top side looking for something. I don't think he's going to get a whole lot. We do also have basically all of our quests complete on TDT. So they have the luxury of mobility. They have the luxury of putting Sam in this top lane, lose a lot. Whereas on the side of QAQ, you still are behind on that front.
Yeah, if any of these players, you know, want to find a second career in writing scripts for TV shows, the plot twists would go absolutely insane, because every single time we try to concentrate on one team getting an advantage, we palm back over towards the live gameplay, and all of a sudden the other team's already gotten something back, right? And it's just, in this case, QAQ, however, losing out on the Dragon, losing out on a couple of kills, have garnered themselves a 1k gold lead, and Bessel missing. Patch notes need to be looked at, of course, and a flash now expended as well with Bulldog's gank. It's just, although the gold lead is technically on the side of QAQ, with the amount of times it's swung over to both sides now, it still feels like TDT have the more proactive plays.
It does. A lot of that gold is in the hands of that Ezreal. Again, I do want to see them flex more around the Ezreal on the side of QAQ, but it just does feel like they've been so proactive on the side of TDT and just getting Bulldog where he needs to be, getting small advantages. And now, Dragon spawns in 2 minutes and 34 seconds. We talked about so best finding the right target, will not have that flash if she is able to get in. If they do try and jump, though, we'll see if that does end up being relevant, because the Herald is started up as well. And again, it's just TDT, they're first with where they need to be.
Yeah, Ahri's going to be a little bit late here, so I'm not sure if QAQ actually want to take this fight at all, especially that's kind of like your engage and disengage agent that can really just kind of go through and take fights, of course. So in that case, doesn't opt for that. For the side of QAQ, as you can see it already, Ahri going towards that bot lane, trying to clear that wave and push the incentive. And TDT gets a free Herald, essentially.
Yeah, this does feel like it's going to be a bit of a grind out from here. Tomas does have the war online. You're going to be losing potentially a lot of this top lane, this mid lane towers. But the point I wanted to make is Misfortune now has the roster online. And this is the point where you can do exactly what they're doing right now for TDT. They put the Misfortune mid lane. She is now an immovable object, and you can pivot around this Misfortune with your pressure. It rotates up to whatever play happens and just presses up. That's what I'm expecting will be the game for a few minutes, especially as that next Dragon spawns. We haven't really had a chance to talk about it. It is the Cloud Soul, so a little mobility definitely will help something like a Cho'Gath running at your face, but definitely just will be a general advantage that either team would have.
Yeah, and it seems like gank is brooding in towards top lane here. Heroic entrance at the ready, as they're trying to sniff out a bit of a play, but I think BBP have already seen this one coming, of course, and started pinging that couple of members in towards that top lane. And with that being said, they popped the Herald in mid just to find that timer. With the members not around in time to defend this mid tower, they immediately get a bit of injection of gold back towards themselves, as the gold lead shrivels back down to 1.3k. We're going to press the map a little bit, and there's still a lot of standing gold that's available as Bulldog immediately utilizes the ultimate on towards Ari as the Spirit Rush gets out. However, a fight is going to ensue. Thorn coming through. Full time now utilized a way better position with the Cataclysm also on top. Looking to find a kill there immediately does. Rumble finds one Ezreal, trades it for back, and they continue pushing the incentive, but the members are falling. A couple of kills from the side of Ezreal as well as Mbessa comes through on the top and finds success. Now all that's left is going to be Sam and Tomas, and Sam not longer for the living as they choose to not dive, give them a second lease of life. But QAQ with the team fighting here is just outclassing TDT.
Yeah, this is not what we expected from QAQ going into this season. It's the use of the ultimates. The Nautilus ultimate used, so they don't really have that for the disengage, and they've Ignore is able to get this great taunt. Bullet time comes down, but it's really only hitting Ignore. The Lee Sin, it jumps, does get chunked out at the start of the fight, but then we do that hit confirmed from the Ambessa. We do get her to take down BBP. And the fight is largely won. Be able to even use that last bit of the ultimate remaining to try and chase Sam out. Could have been a kill if the Ezreal was that little bit closer, but a really well navigated fight and just a capitalization of the TDT. They knew the Ahri was there. They wanted to try and get that ultimate out. They did, and then they paid for it dearly.
Yeah, exactly. Tao getting so much damage and not being prioritized upon on that fight was kind of the linchpin as to why they were able to just continually lose the fight as it continued to go on, right? And the bullet time, like you mentioned, only hit one target. The Cataclysm was quite good, but unfortunately the disengage tools was just too strong on the opponent's team for the side of QAQ. And in that case, again and again, it seems like, the choices between Ahri and of course Lee Sin and Bessa and Ezreal having some form of movement, disengaging, it's really, really strong up against the wombo combo of TDT.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see more prioritization of that Ezreal target, as you said, because the other ones won't matter as much because they're just not bringing as much consistent damage. The Lee Sin, of course, will have those high point kicks where saved it, then he does set up a lot, especially for the Ambessa. As Sam has found another kill.
So close to dying, and almost finds it. Gets a second lease life, but that's going to be the Cataclysm right drop dunked on top. That's a surprising still amount of damage on the Ambessa, of course, as a fight breaks out. True Shot Barrage utilized, does hit a couple of members. Heroic Entrance put fourth knockup in, and that's going to be a trade out. You can already see Jarvan down. Bulldog almost down for the counter as well. Block coming through from the side of Sam, jumping right back in, looking to find a bit of offensive engagement here, but it won't be anything more than just a bit of a love tap. 9 to 8 on the scoreboard here, but 1.8 gold lead still for the side of QAQ. I mean, at this point, Weapon, I thought QAQ's comp was meant to be a bit more skirmish heavy, and we're seeing a team fight inside the TDT, but it's almost flipped the tables here.
It was like the longer fights are favoring QAQ. Especially, it makes sense with the Ezreal, of course, you stack tempo over time. Whereas on the other side of TDT, very shotgun, very much trying to get one kill, and then try and set up the big wombo combo on one or two targets. The more that TDT overextend into these plays, the more they get punished by QAQ. And I want to see them be a bit more conscious of this, because Bulldog's been so good at pulling the trigger. That was the Hex Flash, don't worry. But yeah, he's been so good at pulling the trigger, as has everyone. Been very proactive. A couple of times it's really back to bite them, and I want to see them maybe pump the brakes and think about this next spawning 2 minutes. Think about their setup. If they can have the face-checking members get caught by Bulldog as they've tried times and actually layer that damage, then they just win the fight by default. But right now, game's starting to get away from them. 2.2k, and like this Ezreal very much online, very much the main damage threat. The Ahri had her core itemization online, so these fights really starting to look great for QAQ.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. What I do want to see is that Hini actually takes a bit of a step back, in the sense where they don't instantly flash engage on towards, like, trying to Cataclysm the Ezreal or something like that. What I want to see is actually Sam walking up and trying to force the Arcane Shift out of the Ezreal first before we see that snap engage. And cinematics just on the scene here, something, OC prides ourselves on, being able to deliver a global level broadcast from the comfort of bedrooms and studios. But again, like I mentioned, I feel like it's really important for TDT to actually utilize some utility to force the Arcane Shift out of Ezreal. Don't give them any options, and then you have your point and click cataclysm to go on top before you layer everything else on, because I think the past 3 fights in a row, they haven't been able to catch Tau at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that prioritization of the target that we talk about. I also love that you say utility as a Valorant native caster. That very much applies, right? Like, it's all about damage and it's about utility, and it's where you use those tools, because every game is just a question of, you know, allocation of resources. Right now, it looks like they're looking for an on-ignore.
Okay,
We'll get the flash.
Yeah, that's going to be, I guess, a worthwhile trade-off, at least getting the flash out. But 5 members just segregating their time into one solid cause. As an all-lot of ulti immediately comes out. Two-shot barrage catches all 5, but that consequential play is that the Elysian falls to the wayside. River going to be falling into the blood depths. As you see, a 4v5 starting to break out. Equalizer immediately, or 3 people. The bullet time comes through, but it's hitting absolutely nothing. The only health bars that are falling right now are the ones of TDT, as the Ambassador goes in. The heroic charge, looking to charge right through as well. Health bars going dwindling to the zeros right now, as Sam's left in a 1v4 situation and just can't find Jack. It's a 4K gold lead. It's a massive teamfight win for QAQ, and they're on their eyes to the Baron.
They're going That's the play that we were expecting. It's the catch of the member who's coming in with the face check, because the question was, who does that, right? But then, this is after the Lee Sin is dead. Bulldog overextends the play. The equalizer lands, it's arcane shifted away from, and the mobility is just too much. At this point, the Ahri is able to rejoin the play. Galio comes in with the heroic entrance, forces out the Zhonyas, and it's that you're able to extend the fight. They rope-a-dope them, and then when they've used all the sources on the side of TDT, that's when they strike from QAQ. It's a really good game plan, and it's an advantage. They're up to 5.5k gold with the Baron, and they're looking to get this.
Yeah, the Flash kind of like trying to get in towards this Dragon Pit of an engagement side of Bulldog, just really working out, of course, and they do get the Dragon, but at this point in time, you know, it's just not your win condition at all, right? Because you've got 2 dragons on both sides. You're going to need 10 extra minutes to even challenge, you know, to the soul as well. And like you mentioned, it's a Cloud Soul. I don't think that's like a linchpin into whether or not you're going to be able to win the game just off that as well. So TDT seemingly, time's running out.
And that's a threat in Kate on an Ezreal. He has the Endless Hunger available, so much more ability to just on his spell combos over and over again. He's going to stack up that lethal tempo so quickly. With the Baron on lock, now you've just got so much pressure on your side lanes. And they've also got the benefit that I was talking about this matchup between the Ezreal and the so early on. It does suck, right? It's a really miserable lane to be in. But now they have the matchup into the Cho'Gath. So much ability to dodge out of the ground control coming out from Cho'Gath, so they just have pressure in their other lanes. And speaking of pressure,
a lot of fighting coming out, but seemingly not too many consequentials besides the tower falling, which I think was the ultimate goal anyways. As you see a couple of abilities being expended, but BBP not going to be able to defend that tower, and more gold sinking into the pockets of QAQ once more, now upwards of 6,000. And, you know, this is where I start to draw the line, right? 6,000 is equivalent to about, what, like, about 1,000 and a bit over on each member. That's significant enough money in terms of time to actually get these spikes way ahead of the other opponent team. So at this point, this is where TDT are going to have to be like, all right, crap, we can't fight. We can't fight. They have an extra item on us. There's no way we're going to win. And it feels like that's when you start playing on your back foot and things start to slip.
Absolutely, and that's when things like this start to happen, where you start to just lose territory and lose chunks of your jungle. Vesa
going right in, looking to find a little more. Heroic comes through the entrance for the side of Galio, but the target's already dead. BBP on the back end side of things immediately gets traded out, looking to find a little bit more. He actually does come out seemingly winning for the side of TDT. Well, mentioning that, Thomas does fall as well, so it's a 2-for-2 trade with now Ahri Charm coming in. Needs to get a bit more on the Spirit Rush, but the Lee Sin comes in and saves the day as they send themselves up on a silver platter. The Silence not going to be doing too much as the Charm comes through. That's going to be the Sonic Wave coming in, finding a kill for themselves. Spirit rushing back in, but Lee Sin dies as well. It's just sequential fighting across the seams, but it's seemingly what looked like a winning fight for TDT. They just kind of threw it away on the backside of that.
Yeah, this was about as fight could look. because the Ambassador just overengages here, just throws herself into the fray under the tower, but then there is just so much gold, so much damage on the team, and this is so well played by the mid laner of QAQ. Charmland here, or still has the charm, is able to dash out, dodges out, yeah, and then with the magnets ticking, even this charm landing here, and then that just seals the deal, and that's all she wrote. So you could see the desperate. Unfortunately, they do lose River on the back end of the play, but you can see the desperation from TDT. They something done, and they do capitalize on it as best they can, trading back a couple of kills. Ultimately, they're just losing ground, and I don't think there's any way out of this game for them unless they try and find some. They do have those single target lockdown tools, but I mean he's got the Lord Doms online. He's got a fully automatic operator.
Yeah, look, unless something absolutely catastrophic happens where we see like a 5-man cataclysm into a 5-man equalizer into a 5-man knockup, I genuinely don't really think it's going to be possible for QAQ to actually, just lose this out, taking a fight 5v5 fair and square. It needs to be TDT finding a crazy angle with an insane kind of knock-up on multiple members, and you find a bullet time on top of that, and you instantly just kill 2 to 3 members, then maybe you're going to be able to, get yourself back in towards this game. But right now, you look at just the difference of levels alone. Those base stats are also pieces of money, right? And you're seeing a 2-level difference in jungle, 2-level difference on the ADC. That's a lot of cash in the hands that isn't being displayed as well.
Yeah, and the most important thing about level ups is it gives you stats that you buy. And in the case of the tanky members, that's just more resistance and more damage. So they're the job done just that little bit quicker and survive things like the bullet time. Now the jostling position around this dragon will be spawning in 5 seconds time, but River, a deep flank, he's looking for a kick angle.
Oh, good kick on towards Bulldog as the engage immediately comes through. Heroic entrance once more, looking to find their 5th entrance in towards the fight. And best in the backline, looking to find something on towards Tomas, but getting poked out as BVP gets taken down. However, multiple members falling to the wayside as the resistances are just not enough on the side of TDT. They blow all their abilities, and that's all they write. Tomas left running, tail between their legs right now, as QAQ are near flawless on that team fight.
It was a perfect team fight by Team QAQ, and Tomas never got to use the bullet time. He was able to use it here to clear the wave, but this should be the end of the game because that hit confirm, not even a hit confirm, just blind, just through the fight. No place for the Viswatch. We'll be able to clear the wave, but that's it.
Running back with the insect right there, throwing back the years as we see the Nexus being taken down, and that will be QAQ down 0-1, clapping back to bring it back to even Stevens as we find a Game 3 in this series, of course.
Better late than never, huh?
It's crazy. Crazy situation.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable situation that we just find ourselves in. It was looking so good in the early game for TDT. They had the picks that they were looking for. The Jarvan is undefeated no longer, and now with the weights finally been removed here, QAQ might do the they were 8th in terms of points heading into this. That's why they're up against TDT. They were the objectively, I guess you want to say, worst team heading in terms of points, and now they're on the verge of possibly taking down the best team in the tournament and moving on to the upper semifinals. Break this down for me. I need to know what we just witnessed.
I'm going to be honest. All our predictions just suck. They just are wrong now. We had so much faith. We were like, hey, how could the Kings fall? And they get blasted to absolute smithereens. Even after the draft, where I looked at the draft and I felt like, you know what, TDT's got this one in the bag. I believe in their coordination. But no, QAQ, credit where credit's due. The way they kind of baited out the fights, the way that they kind of got TDT to engage and utilize, majority of their kit. And they're like, you know what, let's just snap back and then snap forward again, right? We have a Lee Sin that can jump back and jump in. We have an Ahri that can jump back and jump in. We have an Ezreal that can jump back and jump in. Why not? And they do that every single time without fail. Heroic entrance right onto the front line of the Lee Sin, like we mentioned in draft, as kind of being the only real engage tool that they had. And it worked every single time, and TDT were unable to answer.
Yeah, I think the bot lane was a really big deal here. Not only the fact that the Ezreal got so far ahead and was able to hit very important cooldown breakpoints. Endless Hunger coming in third meant that he had so much cooldown reduction and that E was basically always available. Any of those skill shots that were sent his way. But you could see down the stretch, the Galio, there was a lot of eagerness from TDT to look for engages, which were just always stuffed by the... Whether it was even just drawing out of Zhonya's from P, it always meant that that was getting some sort of value that meant that there were tools that were not able to be used later in the fight, and that's what really did extend those fights down the stretch and get them the wins.
Yeah, so drawing them in to those fights and then really just making them pay for it. They didn't really have a whole lot of consistent damage, I feel like. Obviously, that's one of the weaknesses of that misfortune, right? Is that you have the area control, but in terms of the team fights, you don't have the same output that something like the Ezreal can end up doing. Now, a lot is off the table here for our, I guess, game number 3 technically. What adaptations do you want to see from TDT going in towards that?
Let's just utilize QAQ's comp, you know, let's not do a wombo combo. Let's not try to blow everything on the table immediately in the first couple of seconds of a fight. They need more consistent DPS. I think they also need a little bit more crowd control on top of something that just needs a linchpin. For example, you know, throwing a Cho'Gath Q out in the open isn't really going to do too much. It's easily dodgeable. You need something that can assist your team to lock down more utility and layer on top of layer. I'd want to see an Ori come out. You know, I want to see something that protects your team and actually gets them in a good spot. I want to see a little bit more map roaming, a little bit more kind of consistency, not just from Bulldog as well, you know, and that might be the answer for them against QAQ.
I actually look at the draft. I would love to know if we could pull the draft up, because this was an Ezreal picked relatively early with available. The other pick that doesn't stand out, and I do agree, Ariana would have been fantastic in this draft, is that Cho'Gath. And I think that just comes down to the champion pool of Sam, on those trademark Yasuo Yone picks, what is left in the tank, and that's my concern for this team going forward. As you say, Mercury, a lot of stuff is gone now. What's left in the tank, and we'll certainly see, because I think QAQ definitely looked like the better team in terms of draft and execution in this game.
A massive upset to start off the day, but we are far from done. We're going to head to a quick break before game number 3, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the OCL playoffs round number 1. We had a bit of an upset in our last game with QAQ managing to weather the storm. They made the comeback happen, and now they're on the verge of moving towards those upper bracket semi-finals. I'm Mercury. I'm joined by Merlin and Weapon to break down what we just saw and a look ahead at game number 3. You had some spicy words in the break, Weapon, for TDT. Oh no. Oh no. The voice is gone.
All right.
No.
Well, essentially, what Weapon was saying was that Skull Bullets is their true number 1, and that TDT are a little fraudulent and have not been able to deliver on what they've been, looking to do. And honestly, I have to agree, right? Like, I'm coming in a little bit late to the scene, of course, and more importantly, what I'm seeing in front of my eyes is that TDT are just unable to coordinate their gameplay, playing a coordination composition. That's the biggest problem. So, yeah, honestly, Game 3 has to be a difference here.
Check. Hello. Can you hear
absolutely.
me?
I can hear you. I hope that the chat can hear you as well.
Rod's saying I'm back.
I have to agree with what Merlin was saying, and I'm looking ahead. I think we're back. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
We're haunted by gremlins today on this cast. I don't know what's happening.
They're just in the microphones and everything like that.
And apparently I sound bassier than usual, so
You sound perfectly fine now.
You sound like Weapon now. You sounded like a rocket launcher,
like
the game
James
before.
Earl Jones,
like Batman.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. All right.
I liked it, honestly. It was. Yeah. It's not a complaint. It was a feature.
Yeah, not a bug. It's a feature. But hey, where were we at, Mercury? Sorry, before I rudely interrupted.
No, it's all good. I sort of set you up for something, and then immediately the microphones went out. So we'll call it even on that.
Yeah.
But no, I think that looking ahead at this game, I want to see some changes from the drafting as well from TDT. I like the Cho'Gath. I get that it's a comfort pick, but if you're looking at like a late game, this is your big damage carry sort of thing. It isn't really the thing that you'd like to see, especially as that Ezreal continues to get more and more mobile, continues to get more and more capable, as I believe the graphics are just about, here we go, as we look ahead to more of these picks. Like you mentioned before, the Kai'Sa wasn't picked in that first round, even though it was still up at the time. The Aurora is still an option here for TDT, and on the other side, a few other picks that are yet to crop up so far.
Yeah, honestly, I think one of the points that we were talking about, Weapon, was no Kai'Sa. What the heck? Why no Kai'Sa?
Especially into the Ezreal. It's the classic counter pick, right? The Ezreal can Arcane Shift, but you get to dive in and execute him point blank before he gets to do anything else in the game. So it's really curious, especially given the fact that it is very much in the wheelhouse of Damas. So why didn't we see that? The other pick that we were talking about in the green room, which is very much green for me, was the Aurora. Because that felt like such a slam dunk pick. It's something we've seen into the Ahri before. So why wasn't it reached for? Maybe they were worried about over-indexing into AP, but really curious.
It's another kind of answering pick, right? Aurora has that kind of ability to do so much damage with just a couple of abilities, right? With that passive proc as well. And the problem, with that as an answer to almost every other mid lane that's strong right now in the sign of things, is that you get to pretty much explode them before they get an answer towards you. You're not going to see an Ori shockwave come out in time when you just ult on top and then EQ and you're out of there, and they're just dead. We didn't see these answers come through, and of course, starting the game, the series 0-1, which means Game 3 technically only has one game worth of stuff out in the Fearless draft, right? So there's still an opportunity here for Game 3 to see TDT really, put forth that Kai'Sa that we've been looking for, that Aurora that we've been looking for. And honestly, if we think about it, guys, maybe they were just saving it up for a good storyline.
Maybe that's the case as we look ahead to these graphics. I want to note as well to the audience, this is not including the last game. This is just from the group stage. But even still, we can see TDT a lot better in that stage, in a much tougher group. But again, how much of that is a little bit fictional, we'll have to see as we head into this. QAQ really showing up last game, and I'm curious to think. I'm curious to see, because all of us predicted TDT to win that game, and purely based off the fact that they were ahead and they've done well throughout the groups. Have your predictions changed after this game?
I mean, now that my predictions are wrong and I don't have any other sample size to go off of, it's not looking too great for me out here. But right now, look, the momentum, something, coming from Valorant at least, just to bring that kind of side of things in it. It's an alternate Riot title, but momentum is a huge thing. And I think in competitive sports, momentum is one of the least counted for, but at the same time, one of the most important elements in competitive gaming. When you feel in yourself, you just pick any pick and you sometimes just win, right? And right now, the momentum is sitting onto the side of QAQ. I can only imagine having been down 0-1 late to the game and coming through and just smashing the #1 seed. You have to be feeling yourself for Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely do. Well, we'll be heading into draft for that all-important decider here. So casters, please take it away.
Let's do it. We'll have to see if they can crack back on the side of TDT, because that first draft was not it. And I want to see them try and recover a little bit of their pride going into this one. But I do agree, your point about the momentum, especially the way that I think the Ezreal of Tau played. So much confidence. Yez at the end of the game was... Yez, by the way, if you're listening, turn off streamer mode. Thank you. But Yez, towards the end of that game, was hitting every single public execution, even finding Tomas at the end of that game. And I think, if I want to read a little bit into the body language, I think Tomas was tilted. I think that was a misfortune, who was really mad at the fact that Ambessa was able to find them at the end of that fight. So, yeah, we'll see what the mental's at. The bans are looking very similar, though.
Pretty much the exact same. Feels like the first 4 bans are just going to be stock standard at this point, and the juicier stuff comes towards the last 4 bans, and this kind of middle ban is interesting. I can't really give too much information, considering that QAQ just skipped it last game and won anyways. It's a bit of a banger, and what I'm looking forward to here, interesting ban out from the side of Jace. We love to see that now that Rumble's out of the picture as well. And I have to assume at this point, hey, Jarvan's out as well. What are we looking for in that jungle side of things to counter?
Interesting. So Silas banned away usually indicates you're looking for something, Alistair shape, something along those lines. And maybe you don't want to give a Yez, who is playing in mid lane, Zika top. Is that actually real? I would love to get confirmation. But they do have first pick here, and Lux is not the direction we were expecting here.
What is going on right now?
I mean, Lux Caitlyn is a combo. It is a very oppressive lane combo. So it could be where we're going for here, but then you just open yourself up directly for a Mel, which Tomas has played before.
And if you're playing Lux, especially, and not Morgana, right, in the bot lane as well, you're opening yourself up to a myriad of different free jungle ganks from different champions that have so much access to you, bearing the fact that you just don't land a snare. But in this case, I'm just going to say it doesn't even matter, because he walks at you and he's spell shielded anyways, right? This is, I wouldn't pick Lux first, is all I'm saying, I think that's much more situational. Leaving yourself on first pick Lux seems to be just an interesting play. And like you mentioned, Weapon, that's the Mel coming out, perfect counterpart, and what are QAQ going to do? Yeah. Right
now, it doesn't matter where you put that Lux either. The Mel is going to follow you no matter what. They do have the picks locked in, so they can put it wherever they want. This would be where you would want to see something like that Orianna alongside the Fury if they do lock this one in. Does still give me concerns about where their damage is going to be at as the draft continues. So I think that Caitlyn probably going to have to be a priority. Probably will have to pick that up on the B3, because if you don't, you will lose it later on at the draft. So what the other pick is here. Camille is banned. That's the usual pairing you'll see alongside the Mel for the side of TDT. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually do see just someone that they're going to reach for that Alistair, because it actually still makes sense here with the Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, for sure, right? I'm actually just a little bit surprised that they didn't opt for something like a Nocturne Orianna, which I think is, to some degree, probably an even better pick for the team comp that they're going for. Nefiri doesn't exactly have the same kind of lockdown that Nocturne does, and we are now looking at a skill shot meta weapon. What are we seeing here?
So Xerath bot is a thing we saw from CFO recently in the LCP. And it wasn't great there. It didn't feel awesome because it really did leave their composition lacking damage. I want to say that might have actually been alongside a Nefiri as well. But yeah, if this Xerath, wherever it goes, it is going to be oppressive in lane. And
we're just seeing power picks come through from the side of TDT here as well. You know, Aurora, Mel, Mundo, every single thing has been picked before and they won on those. I'm confused in the sense where, look, if we're seeing Xerath bot and we see maybe a Lux mid, you're heavily AP oriented with two immobile mages in the backline, and you look at the characters on TDT's side, they have access. You know, it's not hard to find access against two immobile mages when you have a Mundo that's just in front of everyone. And a Gnar that's getting banned out here.
It's banned, yeah.
Which means you don't get that kind of, you know, crazy frontline. No mega Gnar jumping in to lock down a team to give your mages the access to actually hit people. It looks a little bit weird. We'll have to see how QAQ try to round out this composition.
I think if QAQ don't ban Bard here, then that's probably going to be the pickup. And then you're looking for some sort of other frontliner in the jungle, because Bard dumping the Tempered Fate on top of a Xerath who's ulting, also very good at catching out of mobile champions like the Lux. The bans are weird here. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Gives you a lot of setup for things like the Mel and the Aurora as well. And it also gives you something which can, early on, match the range of the Lux. Okay, we're fine. That's fine. Dodge. Okay, whatever. We'll get back to it shortly. But I think the Bard gives you options because it gives you pressure in lane that you can use to match the Lux, but it also gives you that roaming champion that can get out on the map, which is the meta right now. So I expect that'll be the case.
Wouldn't be surprised as well if we opt for maybe something like a Mel Pike, you know?
Yep.
If we see Pike on the field, especially against two mobile mages, you've got the access between worlds, you know, in that point of time. So much stuff that can go on in the backline that allows your team to, again, just walk forward and scale and face them front on. And that's pretty much the weakest point about immobile mages, right? So a little bit of dodge, a little bit of a remake for the lobby, of course. So I think we get a little bit more time to talk about what the heck just happened.
I'm interested to see how they're going to deal with this Mundo. Is my thing, right? Obviously, it is the scourge of these, especially the mage comps, sort of world over. Is you don't have a lot of consistent damage to really deal with him before he can just heal up to eternity.
I mean, look, you pick Lux and they pick Mundo first pick in response, right? Which is a natural counter because they have a spell shield. They can run at you quickly. Their first item is like Spirit Visage, you know, which has a MR in it. And then you're like, you know what? You know what would be better than one AP against a Mundo? Let's pick two APs against a Mundo. That has to be enough damage, right, guys? And it just didn't seem cohesive on that front. And it's a little bit interesting, you know, based on what they've banned as well. So I'm interested to see how they try to round this composition out, because they're lacking a few crucial aspects if I count my pieces correctly here.
I mean, the only theory that makes sense is that that's gonna be a Xerath in the mid lane, and then you're looking for a Lux support, and then maybe they're gonna round it out with the Caitlyn, which I don't know if we were through the bans. I'm surprised that one didn't get banned. I didn't see it get banned.
Yeah, I think they actually kind of want Caitlyn to be picked here, because what kind of defense for the Caitlyn do you have on your team that's going to do anything, right? Oh no, you threw a stun, it didn't work. Let's throw a second stun. Still didn't work. Oh no, my carries are dead. It's just gonna be a walkover in that front side of things. And everything around, you know, what TDT picked as well, looking at Mel being kind of the crucial points, seeing the Mundo in front, it just made a lot of sense for a front to back fight, and I don't think QAQ are going to be able to do the same thing here.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
As we look ahead,
please go on.
Look ahead to this lineup as well. No, you go back to your point. You were in the middle of saying something.
I was actually formulating my point as...
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah,
true.
you know, was doing that old chestnut. I mean, I do agree. I think that you really just need damage on side of the Dream Team So I'm being told we'll be back in draft very, very shortly. I've just been surprised by the performance of Tomas throughout the series. And I think this is a chance to redeem himself on a carry that can actually cut through that Mundo, because you've got the rest of the blueprint there, but you're just not going to have that now that you have the Xerath, so the only thing that makes sense is this as a carry, like a traditional AD carry in bot lane, and that salvages this draft.
It's a lot
we'll
of
have to
speculation here, yeah.
It is. We'll have to see as we head back on in towards the draft. I'm going to hand it back to you guys to see how this all pans out.
All right, complete reset coming through, but I think they do have to abide by the rules if I know anything about competitive integrity, right? And in this case, should be seeing some egregious Lux pick coming forward for us here, if we're not mistaken.
Yep, we'll see the draft ran back. I'll be curious to see how the bans get rounded out, because it does give us some more time to talk about it, and QAQ have to live through the horror of seeing that Mundo locked in, and then their next picks being Xerath and... What was the pick after that?
Nefuri Xerath,
Nefuri,
Mel
Xerath.
coming out here. And I don't actually even remember what was the third pick for the side of TDT. Aurora, of course, the power picks. A classic coming through. With now GP getting banned out, Gangplank, I'm not even sure why you would ban that out. It doesn't seem to be a great synergistic character with Mundo. There's no lockdown CC. Mundo doesn't have any of that, so... Not sure if that's something I just don't know about the OCE meta, but I haven't seen a Gangplank in a little while on the pro stage.
Yeah, the only time we've seen Gangplank actually be relevant was, ironically, as a counter to Gnar. And that's not really the case anymore. He doesn't have that super scaling anymore. I think a lot of his crit scalings have been largely kind of filed away. So it's a curious ban. We'll see what the remaining bans are to be.
Yeah, and apparently, we've just gotten word, BBP is quite possibly the best Gangplank on the server.
There we go.
Fair enough, if pocket picks are just going to win you the game here, it makes sense. Olaf getting banned out. I mean, I've seen T1 Doran just rip through teams with that pick as well. And of course, a Malphite getting banned out, which I think is very stock standard, even though they are just a big old rock. The Unstoppable Force is just so strong, and I think we've seen it multiple times appear in the OCL already in the past couple of weeks. So it makes sense. I'm not too surprised. I'm more surprised about the picks at this point. And the Mel Pike, something we talked about, coming through, and of course the access to the backline. I think what TDT really just need now is just a weak side top laner. As they pick the Vayne, which means you can't, or you're going to have a tough time playing Ornn or something into it.
But now you can put the Mundo in the jungle, which Heine has played before, and now you can look for a counter pick against the Vayne. And I'm racking my brain trying to think of Vayne counter picks when, when the Jace is down. I think that's usually something we'll see as an answer. And,
wow, this team composition might have less than 10,000 collective health. Like, this is... we're gonna hit mid-game level 11 and they're gonna all die to like 1 mel EQ. It's gonna be insane with the lack of HP, but there's a lot of early game burst, I guess, coming out. Nefuri, Pantheon. I'm not sure which one of those now goes jungle.
Yeah, what are we playing in top lane is my question. Oh, of course. Okay, I love this.
Yep. Okay, ADC's top. Love to see it.
Range for range.
And if they don't choose an ADC to go top, looking at Vayne there, they actually don't. I don't think they have another.
Does it dodge again?
Better option, and then we've.
Varus makes sense. I actually don't hate it. What? Okay. Apparently, the last pick was meant to be an Anivia. Guys, if you're playing in competitive, just buy every champion.
Just have the champs.
Come on. My God.
Alright, so we are just not going to go through draft again. We've seen the draft. Apparently the last pick will be Anivia in this case, and we're just going to chat about it.
I'm sorry, I got to crash out.
Yeah.
If you don't own Anivia is one of the cheapest champions in the game.
Like, what?
It's like 400 blue essence or something like that. You have, you play this game so much, you get so much blue essence. Just buy every champion. I'm sorry.
Look, maybe it's our age showing here, but when they converted IP to blue essence, I eventually I just became a billionaire in the game, right? I mean, it's not like I didn't already have all the champs at the point, but at that point in time, you just earn enough sequentially per champ release, and you just get
all those
it anyways.
Hextech chests as well.
Like,
you just
what?
get everything at your disposal. Like,
Not having
gotta
Anivia
crash out.
must have been a statement. It must have been like some kind of rioting, you know? Like
refuse to own that
I
champion.
refuse to buy this champ. Look at them now
Bizarre.
having to play it.
Wow.
Yeah,
And
I-
honestly, can we think about that Anivia real quick as well? Do you think that's going top? I've seen Zayas play that as well in
Yeah,
Korea.
it's pretty solid. Especially with the Roa Rush, you get a lot of extra experience with how top role quest goes. It can work out.
With the wall as well, seems a very strong answer into something like Vayne that has to kind of run up on you. So you chuck an ult down, chuck a wall out, chuck a stun through, E slows. It makes a lot of sense. You've got an egg to deal with a 1v1, try to get yourself back to turret. I mean, seems like a really good answer in comparison to the Varus that was there.
Yeah, it's going to hold the Vayne at bay, but I think that's all it's really going to do. And then it's going to be on the rest of the draft to really come through. But I think the one benefit they do have is they do have the Mel, which is going to be a very big deal in that bot lane. She's against the double weird poke thing that they set up. If you throw a binding at her, you are going to die instantly. There's just no getting around it.
Yeah.
So the rest of the draft looks great for TDT. It's just the questions around what that Vayne is going to be able to get done, I think, will be the big story of this game.
Bunch of glass cannons. That's all I see.
Yeah.
They are just going to get run at by a Mundo who's just going to walk up towards you. Just
Hey.
pop, with the
Guys,
suitcase.
we
just
thought it was
immediately.
going to go great for TDT in Game 2 as well.
True.
And next thing we know, QAQ just snap back and just find the win, right? And who knows if, QAQ are just going to 5-man engage and just find like a pentakill, right away. And starts the game off completely differently. But yeah, like we mentioned, it just seems like a bunch of glass cannons first and foremost. And I think the issue behind it is, Weapon, you raise a great point. Anivia probably just holds the Vayne at bay. But I think in a team fight...
Oh, it's a
you
Roar
drop
top.
It's going to be over. Yeah, exactly.
Is that real? I don't know if we're in order here. I'm looking at a screenshot of the draft. More confusion has been
It
added.
might be.
Wait.
Okay, Lux
It's
top.
Aurora. Okay,
Aurora top?
I'm hearing it is Aurora top.
Oh, it's
Welcome
awesome.
to OCL, everyone. You never know
This is
which
awesome.
pick is going to go where.
It's funny that we didn't even consider the fact that this was a Vayne bot. Because
No.
How could it be a Vayne?
she's
You're
not
gonna
good
get
in bot
destroyed.
anymore.
You're gonna get destroyed by Mel,
how is
right?
a low range AD carry like Vayne going to deal with
With the
Mundo
least
Mel
wave clear in the
Pike?
game. She's got the
I-
least wave clear in the game.
I feel like
She's
they're
against
trying to
Mel.
kill. They're just trying to kill. Pantheon just walks up and stuns Mel. You
guess.
can't reflect that. And then Vayne tries to kill him like instantly. But I still kind of have to think about. Never mind.
Xerath
Okay.
bot. Okay, never mind. We're getting clarifications from production. This has been a very tumultuous draft period. So Lux mid, Pan support, Xerath bot, the draft of all time. Thank you, Ying. I agree.
Okay, Xerath bot makes a little bit more sense. Lux mid still is questionable at best. Pantheon support, like,
And
why
it's the
would you
Vayne top,
choose that
okay.
when you already don't have a tank? Like, what's going on here? Why wouldn't you?
Let's just wait
Alright.
until we're in the game.
So
and
we-
then-
Yeah. I think that's good. I would have wanted to see something like a Tarb Kedge or something like that if you're playing Vayne, because you're gonna get caught early regardless. You need a get out of jail free card sometimes. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know,
not
man.
really that.
match. Yeah,
Not really that
that's
roaming
starting-
champion that we've seen. Sorry, I'll let you finish. Are we starting the
No,
match?
that's, you go. You go.
no,
I'll
I mean-
finish after you. Okay.
TK
Well, the
doesn't
start-
roam good. Go ahead.
Yeah. A deciding match between these two teams here in the upper bracket. It is madness here. That's what we love. And for our deciding one, casters, please take it away.
Please. Oh, god.
Oh man.
All right. Second series will be cleaner. We'll start on time. Everyone will be here. We won't lose a single game to players being late. I'm looking
It's-
forward to it, Merlin.
Still Aurora top here. I mean,
Throw it up. Yeah, okay. Hey,
I
it actually does
guess.
give me more confidence in that top lane matchup for BBP.
Yeah.
Because it is something that's a bit more proactive, and very much will be able to do significant damage to the Vayne early on. So you're still going to hold it at bay, I think. It's not going to be a majorly winning matchup, but
yeah.
you do get wave clear breakpoints where you're able to kind of keep the Vayne contained. The big story, of course, will be the spot lane matchup, because Tomas has played this Mel before to great effect, but I think, most importantly, this is going to be very much the kind of linchpin of your operation. This is
Yeah,
where
for sure.
the Pike catches someone, Mel hits the E, and then you just blow up that target. And there's a lot of squishy targets, as Bulldog is doing what supports do on patch 2016.
Starting in top lane, you know, your classic support meta, right? And I guess level 1, obviously going to be super strong for the side of Aurora, especially with that passive stacking up as well. You don't get that reroll with the side of Mel. Going to be jumped on, flashed out immediately. I don't think she probably needed to. The MVP minions were going to be there to block the stun anyways. Not that I think Xerath even had it, and that's still going to be safety first.
It is curious that Tomas has been left alone early in this game, because I feel like he would have had to have had the support to get this sort of priority. Oh my god.
Never mind, Ignore is now less than half HP after a brief encounter with a level 1 Pike, which is, again, support meta in 2026, right? A classic situation, and you look at the rest of the map, like you mentioned, bot lane's one of the crucial point of contention, but as soon as we hit level 6, we get a little bit of money. I will be looking at that Vayne with the experimental hexplate as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a experimental hexplate which has been slightly nerfed, so it is not quite as potent, but will definitely be a big item spike for her, and she will be that main source of consistent damage as well, alongside the Mel. But yeah, the thing I was going to touch on as gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is just a double team of the absolute ages. Flash out, but still get the full case being thrown in their faces, and I think that's going to be all day right. Ooh, and they do take it with just enough. I think that was a scorch that might have landed the kill, but that's going to be a secondary serving on the buffet of QAQ as TDT finds 2 kills right off the bat for free.
Yeah, once again, this is just an early game, like our last one, which is dominated by Bulldog's moves across the map. This time, the stun doesn't work because Mundo has a spell shield, but it's Bulldog that comes in from the wings. He was able to get the push in top lane. Thing we didn't mention was that Vayne, despite sharing experience with Bulldog, BBP was actually, I think he's ahead in CS, no, he's slightly behind, but it didn't matter because Vayne was actually zoned away from a lot of the experience. And then Bulldog was able to come in, chunk out Ignore, he was able to make it to that mid lane, and now 1.4k gold to the good at 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
This is looking tough. I mean, I tend to say like gold leads sometimes don't really matter until it gets really bad. But hey, the game just started and you're just down half an item like for your team. It's not looking great because the snowball is so fast the earlier you get it, right? Bulldog's gonna get caught out by that ward and of course immediate retreat from the side of Vayne, of course. But look at that CS difference. The cool
thing about Pike is you actually know when you're on a ward most of the time because you get the passive, so Bulldog is able to just rip the cord on that. But look at all these lanes. Every lane except for bot lane is winning by a significant margin. And the bot lane is fine because it's the Mel. She is going to get to a point where she's got 3-4 points in Q and she's able to nuke waves.
Wow.
Scuffle in the jungle.
Wow, okay, Mundo just walks up and does 400 damage to your face and can't even get stunned. I mean, that's just the classic Mundo situation. Bulldog immediately now has to get out, getting to danger, does get taken down by the crit 10% from the side of the spear. And now all of a sudden what was great looking to be turning a bit sour for the side of TDT in the 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, once again, it's the story of this team. They make good moves and then they just kind of get over-eager and put their faces where they don't belong. In this case, that was a Pike which didn't have flash, so once he was blocked down by the Scion, once the chase came in, had no way of getting out. Now Sam, he has the egg, so he's completely fine, and he's able to play the rest of that fight and actually convert back another kill. But Bulldog just refuses to go bot. Once again, this is a great meta to play support in, by the way. I don't know what role you play normally, but autofill support games have never been more fun.
Yeah, it's actually kind of insane. Support kind of looks like mid right now, where they're just running into every other lane and trying to make an impact. And honestly, I'm surprised that this game state, the way that this game's being played from the support didn't happen earlier in League's
Bulldog.
almost 20-year career. Stun immediately comes out, does also dodge the root as well. It does take a lot of damage, and in this case, of course, Mundo's still trying to find a little bit more on the back end side of things, but a triple gank can be coming on for the jungler. The one who does the ganking, seemingly getting ganked, but is accompanied by one of their good friends, Bulldog, finding the crucial stun, getting out alive as well. It's Mundo trying to run out here, super low, but gets sniped out. with Pantheon getting the kill, they're not so bad.
Not the worst. Does mean Pantheon's going to have some extra damage going into this game, and he does want to get mobile. There's really nice ult here, actually, just by the Lux, gets the majority of the damage down. Ignore.
Wait a second.
He is dead.
Okay, I guess that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. You know, Xerath with the ulti does have the reach, despite being about half a kilometer away, but we do see an interesting engage, right? I don't think Ignore actually needed to do that, considering the fact that they're the one that actually has the gold lead, and trading 1-for-1 is not an advantageous play here in the bot lane for them.
No, definitely not. And that's going to give the opportunity for Tomas to crash this wave. He will have the Q to be able to clear up the last little bits of minions and then get his reset through. Just lost a lot of health. But he will be able to walk away, and that's the main thing. And that's really the only point of the map. Just that support role where QAQ have any sort of advantage, and it's going to be in that Pantheon. So yes, he gets to be active, but right now you can see he's kind of tickling Sam, who has the Catalyst online. He's going to lose a lot of his health in trade. And it's going to be a question of what can this Pantheon do?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're level 3 against a level 7 Anivia. I mean, like, what more than a stun and a Q can you throw out? Final Spark can be utilized just to clear the wave, buy themselves a little bit of time for the rotation to back and buy something. But hey, Anivia's just as good at clearing waves as you are, so it doesn't buy that much of an advantage either. And it seems like, you know, most of the lanes have generally stabilized now, weapon.
Yeah, generally stabilized, and that's exactly what you want for TDT. They are very much a scaling composition. Mel gets more dangerous as the game goes on. We know about Mundo scaling, and Aurora, of course, 2-3 items. She is very much happy, so more than happy to play this one out a little slowly, even if their gameplay hasn't necessarily been to that effect. But the thing the thing I want to talk about here, what do I want to talk about? Why am I blanking right now? I was leading up to a point, I swear to God. Oh yeah, sorry, that's what I was going to say. So I don't know if you've obviously not been casting League of Legends for a long time. In fact, this is your first time, surprisingly, despite the fact that you sound goated, as grubs are going to go down. You talked about the level on Ignore, level 4. Now, this is the meta right now. At some point, he's going to slingshot to level 6, and you won't even see it happen. Speaking of slingshotting,
looks like the only slingshot that might have happened there was going to be Lusk getting taken out, but the double stun coming through requires the flash to get them out of danger. That's a lot of HP being invested in that little escapade for themselves, and again, it allows TDT to just get these resets off, right? Like, you chunk out the mid laner, they have to make a choice to either now re-clear the wave and get their own reset off, but now they're going to be like 10 to 15 seconds behind. And your jungler gets all this space again to kind of roam around, and you see so many of these kind of timing advantages being locked down for the side of TDT. I think they're in a better spot than they were last game, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And it's those timings. It's exactly what you're saying. They have realized, and this is how League of Legends has largely evolved when it comes to playing scaling comps, you only have to gather the boys and interact on every, say, 3rd, 4th wave. And that's what they're doing. They're calling people in, they're making sure that their laners get good resets off, so they're staying ahead, because the rest of the time in the lane, they can just keep them at bay. They can just throw the Anivia Q into the E, get the wall, and that's your only interaction. And then you reset, you come back with more and more items. Eventually, you will have that Rod of Ages online, so it's just a very chill early game. And this was a good dodge, playing rope-a-dope around the wall. But unfortunately, Q doesn't miss, and you will eventually have to flash away.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. If Bulldog did land that stun, the layer on top, I think it would have been dead luck for sure. And in this case, a little bit split up as Bulldog looks for the double stun and gets it. It's going to be Tomas looking to find that root, does immediately going to be popping that ultimate and finds the passive proc with the auto attack. That is Xerath dead to rights. And as soon as one falls, they look to find another to crash this wall down. Plates going to be opted for. A little bit more gold injection as Flash Forward comes through. Ignore level 4, not going to be slingshot to level 6 just yet, as they still are 6 feet under. That's TDT with a further advantage, and now 2K on top.
2K advantage. The only lane that had anything going for them in that Pantheon just shut out of the game. Really awkward ordering by Tomas with the spell cast, going for the ult first into the passive, but knew he had the damage, so I won't question it at all. Does open the path up for potentially Grubs. I think... Grubs up.
Oh, that's going to be BBP. Looking to be ganked upon the Fury. Looking to find something here. But so much damage between Worlds. Spawn the TP out. And they reveal a triple trump card in the back. Diving into your death, as that's going to be TDT finding themselves almost now 3k on top of QAQ.
Yeah, so Grubs are dead. I'm an idiot. But yeah, really nicely played. And once again, it's just Bulldog. It's Bulldog being in the right place at the right time every single time he is needed. And the rest of the lanes can just hold their opposing members at bay. Sam needs a reset here. He has no mana, but Bulldog wants to kill a Vayne.
This Vayne needs to tumble in the right direction, and I think that's just a death stare into the Vayne's soul window right now. That's gonna be a fast Q, immediate stun flashed out, but it's just not enough. Deaths from below gonna be fighting out, as Bulldog gonna be finding themselves dead below as well. A 3-to-1 split. Aurora lacking in the mana. Probably doesn't have too much time to get this one out. Does have the HP advantage, but the dive is just too much. As they whittle them down, that will be a 6 kill for the side of QAQ with a tower in their eyes.
Okay, so it's a response. 2 kills for the 1. Not the worst, as they will get something back for themselves, but pressure in the spot lane continues to mount. They're looking for the dive.
Oh, missing abilities. It's just all missing.
Missed.
And on the back end side of things, can Xerath land a few of those? No happy feet can be coming out from the side of Tina with the ultimate, of course, getting the heal up. That's... Mind me, actually, just straight up just healing from Mundo, because Mundo can do those things, not even ultimate procced, and that's going to be a bit of an unfortunate situation, right? They invest a bunch of timing in towards bot to find that pick as a response to that top lane, and it doesn't really work out for them.
It really doesn't, and they will be looking to set up for this dragon 1 minute and 37 seconds. It just feels like every single time we look across this map, the tempo advantage is in the favor of TDT. I will use the T word, because, and it has manifested itself in not just the fact that you've been able to push these waves consistently for the side of TDT, but just where Bulldog has been able to get. And the fact that they have this Mel in the bot lane who is practically unkillable. And I go back to this draft because why would you ever pick Xerath in this situation against a Mel when his one catch tool is the only thing that she can really reflect? So very curious choice.
Yeah.
But TDT are just in such a good spot right now. Even if they do go a bit overeager and do trade back some kills, they're just happily scaling into this game right now.
Yeah, and I also do feel like, you know, Pantheon was probably a decent pick in towards something like Mel, where you can't reflect the point-and-click stun that they do have. But having Pyke on the back end of that allows, you're essentially just either going to flip the Pantheon back even further, which, you know, segregates them from their ADC, or you're just going to dive the backline access onto the opponent's ADC, and realistically, you're just even Stevens at best, right? So if you think about it, you know, all these fights that have broken out, a lot of the time, the ones that TDT have won have because merit-based, where they just play better, and the ones that they've lost have actually been because they've overextended or been over-eager, and not really from the side that QAQ is eliciting crazy plays, just like this one from the side of TDT. Immediately coming through, and the wall comes out, buys him a little bit more time, but I don't think any more is going to be coming out of this one, as it is just a bit of a vision kind of battle.
Bulldog's just playing with them right now. They do have inside track. They have the position on the dragon, so can look to try and contest as it is up. No one really in position. Both top laners do have teleport available if this fight breaks out. We've got some decent wards to teleport to for the Vayne, but I don't think this is going to be a contest. Looks like they're just poking and prodding, trying to find some angles in, maybe looking for a steal.
I think that's exactly what they're going to be going for, but it's not going to be happening. The double engage, that's going to be dead very soon. Bulldog will be fighting that one as well on the back end side of things, as Mel finds their first banger of the series, as they continue to fight and they continue to kill. Double kill for the side of Sam as well, and Ivia finding so much value, and left between their legs on a lonesome is going to be Tao, just running away.
Yeah, running Tao tucked, and they will get this mid lane tower as a reward, as did they get the dragon. Great smite here by Heine, but Bulldog with this hook. I feel like I'm glazing him so much, but he's been so good this game, despite the couple of deaths that have gone over unnecessarily. He's in position. He's ready. He knows the Pantheon is going to come through. Good route by Tomas on the Mel to stuff that engage, but then the hook just comes in, and that seals the deal.
Yeah.
Ignore is not able to play the game at all in that fight, despite their best efforts. And it felt like a play where they probably should have just called it off from QAQ. There was no real... Like, it was steal or nothing, so maybe you send in River and hope that you can get a steal and then immune his way out, potentially. But that was just such a slim hope that I'm curious that they committed so hard for it. Felt like it may be a bit of desperation as the Herald is started up. And once again, everyone in position.
The fight for it, but it just looks like the Herald's doing more damage to River than River is doing to it half the time. So much being chunked out and having to regenerate all of it back, and they're just going to be calling off the play. And just, you know, touching base on what you were talking about on that previous team fight is, like you mentioned, I'm surprised they didn't synchronize Xerath ulti, just like how they're synchronizing the kill up towards top lane, and BBP and Bulldog, the dynamic duo, are going to be finding another one on the Vayne, of course. Now, of course, the Herald now goes to the side of TDT, not being QAQ being first person to actually challenge it. But the same thing, like I mentioned previously, is they didn't synchronize Xerath ult with the smite. They probably could have gotten the steal off if they actually did that. And secondly, because they Xerath ulted from so far away, it's like Tao was never able to actually be in the fight aside from casting one ability. So, just a tough one. Income-wise, consolation prize to drop.
Oh, ignore. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, the emote is justified. But yeah, I do agree. There's just a lot of issues with how this fight is structured, and a lot of it just comes from the fact that I think the Vayne wasn't really able to impact the fight at all, being very much locked in the top side. We'll see how these fights evolve as the Vayne becomes more of a factor. But my big concern still remains that you are a very squishy comp. Does Mundo take A damage here?
Okay, a lot of abilities coming out. Finally enters about the half HP mark after the full composition is expended, but they're going to be changing the targets on towards Mel. And there's actually a chance for this, but a reflection going to be coming through, but it's still going to be damage on the front. The Fury needs to find it and does. Will there be a bit of a return kill here? I don't think so. So finally, QAQ actually finds something and get away with it.
Yeah, and all they had to do was unlock their Vayne from the top lane. And they finally get it done. Meanwhile, on the top side, what are we looking at here? Is this a kill?
Oh,
who gets killed?
Oh
my word, yeah. Okay, just a disrespect by BBP, gets caught by the Q and unfortunately blown up. Also had the Proto Belt ready to go if he did need it to try to dodge out, and that will be handy later on. I also want to point out a little bit of a cook happening in the mid lane. We've got Thimblewinter on the Anivia, so she's really tanky.
I guess like it doesn't really matter if you've got 4 kills and you've got the extra kind of money to go for it, right? Where
why not?
You're eventually going to get the AP that you want anyways. You know, you're scaling damage with your ultimate. It's just going to happen regardless. Be tanky with it. Why not? It just makes so much sense. I was actually going to raise that point earlier about the Aurora in top, is that, you know, she kind of reminds me of OG Lissandra top, you know, the way they kind of play the same mage kind of clearing of waves, just playing the game a little bit more passively until the team fight happens and drop a big ulti. And in this case, it seems like BBP is playing a similar style as well.
Yeah, he absolutely does. It's a good analogy, makes a whole lot of sense, and it's what we'll see from the Aurora as the game goes on. And I think you saw in that last fight how effective the Vayne was, especially now that she has the Hexblade online, so extra movement speed, extra damage, all going to come through. So will be a big deal as we progress into this game. We're fighting again.
Mundo just going to be walking where they please as the meme continues to grow. Xerath going to be utilizing their ultimate, fighting a little bit more here, but that wall's actually kind of blocking them off themselves as they continue to push forward. Bulldog finds a massive double stun. Will there be any follow-up? They're not going to be happening as it's still a 5v5. So much HP advantage, however, for the side of TDT, and Mundo just walking around and just regenerating at lightning speed, and that's going to be BBP finding one to start it all off. 5v4, Dragon in contention, and this is going to be sold point. So QAQ don't really want to let this go, but they know without the River, without the jungler, they're going to have to back off.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. The members who are chunked out, Ignore, and of course River dead in that fight, so there was no one else who was able to really pull the trigger, and everyone else is just too squishy to stand in the face of the poke that's coming out, and the execution coming in from the Pyke, who did have the death from below ready to go, which is probably what Ignore was largely scared of, and that does give them over that soul point. And Mountain Soul with the Mundo, definitely not what you want to see. Not really going to be super ideal. They do have a lot of damage on the side of QAQ, but they are quickly falling behind in this game. 5.3k, and they're going to lose even more real estate with the spot lane tower going down.
That's really, really interesting. I just witnessed, I think in the bottom right, Sam just tanked a full combo from Lux and didn't even fall below half HP. But in this case, Ignore jumps in and instantly dies instead. I mean, you're just gifting yourself over to the banquet of TDT, and that's just not great, is it? Sam's about to eat a second final spark, playing Happy Feet against Xerath ulti as Mundo continues to go where they please. Sam needs to continue dodging. Don't want to be in egg form now that you need to be saved. Mundo walks up. A valiant hero of honor right now, as just the intimidation factor alone is going to be making them fall right back. Flash forward, QAQ, back foot between worlds through in, and absolutely everyone falls to the wayside. TDT with a 7,500 gold lead just go massive.
And this is the team we wanted to see coming out into the playoffs. They just marched down QAQ, and just a checkmate situation as they do the wraparound from the top side. They're going to lose even more of these towers. This second tier 2 definitely going to go down. Bulldog charges up the hook. Everyone's clumped up. You lose flashes or you lose your life. You choose. They chose both. And it wasn't a choice made for them because TDT, Tiny on this Mundo is absolutely massive, and there's no one who does significant damage outside of the Vayne. When she's down, when she's not relevant in the fight, no one does anything. So, Heine, such a big deal in this fight, and everyone's so squishy. We talked about this at the top of the game.
Yep, exactly.
Pike Mel. This is just such a perfect game for them.
They must be having a field day, right? Playing this game, they're like, oh, this just feels like ARAM mayhem right now. We just get to do whatever the heck we want, and the damage always sticks, right? I think that's like one of the biggest issues, is that a lot of damage still gets dealt from the side of QAQ, but it doesn't stick on TDT because the amount of tank stats, the regen that comes through from the side of Mundo, it's so hard to deal with. You hit Pike, regenerate 65 to 70% of it, and it's never going to actually stay as true damage. And now with that, it comes to fruition, and you see QAQ on the back end of that.
Yeah, they're really grasping at straws now. They do get an invade off. I don't know how much the Neferi has been able to take away from River, but Baron is up and available. Dragon in 2 minutes time, which of course does need to be contested by QAQ unless they want to give away a Mountain Soul to a Mundo. Definitely not what you want to do. And Bulldog has been so active. He's looking for more.
Oh, crucial. Doesn't hit, but it doesn't really matter, does it? As Ignore seemingly just trapped amongst all the walls around them, including one that was created by Sam. An interesting point to actually raise while we got some downtime as they take the Baron here with seemingly no contention, is that for Timberwinter, you don't even get the shield if you're not melee, and if you're not melee, so it's just a statement, you know, a complete egregious statement to say, I'm going to build tank items and still win against you guys. And another consolation prize coming through, which is going to be the blue buff this time around. The side of River, as the Baron gets taken.
I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, like, there's desperation there, which continues to go forward. Ignore! They've already TP'd out, and in this case, you're going to get a consolation prize of one singular bird for a Baron. It's not ideal, but it's what you're going to get.
It is not, and they can take their resets here. They really should on the side of TDT. No, they want more.
Oh, actually, they might actually get something through with this, as Bulldog just overzealous with the amount of playing that they're doing, but on the back end side of that, River also falls. Between worlds utilized, Ignore super low. Mundo just pops the ulti and walks where they please. It doesn't even matter if you've got true damage on your silver bolts, because frankly speaking, I've got too much HP for it. TDT just continue to dominate, and the only thing that I can really see as a silver lining for QAQ is that the gold lead is slightly smaller than before.
Slightly? It's still a wallet diff in that fight. That fight should never have happened in the topside jungle, as you see the Baron going down. No reason to even look for this fight on the top side, but they look for it anyway. Bulldog believes that he can land that hook in his heart of hearts. The re-engage comes through, and Ignore just loses so much health to this Anivia on the top of the play. They do finally get the kill, but here we see re-engage. The Fury diving in. We're not going to see it at all. Never mind. Wait, we just lose Dragon for free?
Okay, Mountain Soul now over to the side of TDT.
Tempo's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, I feel like for every soul that possibly could have popped out, like Mountain Soul is like the worst one for the side of QAQ, right? Like, it's already hard enough for you to kill the enemy, so like having an extra shield every like 5 seconds that regenerates is even worse. And for the side of things, I would have personally liked to see maybe like a Hex Tech Soul come out, because QAQ might just even fall even faster in these fights because of it, but in this case, it seems like TDT pretty much, it's their game to lose, right? They have to make the mistakes for QAQ to actually have a chance at this.
Yeah, the only way your Mundo ever dies is if Vayne gets alone time with him for maybe 30 seconds. And I just don't see that ever happening. The rest of your squad really doesn't do any significant damage, so the options are very much closing, and we look towards the Elder in 6 minutes, but the other thing you have is this Baron. You do still have it available on a few members. River did a damage to Mundo.
Well, that's just going to be an interesting one there. You know, still a lot of utility going to be put forward. Of course, so much damage. That's all going to be regenerated because we do have a Warmogs on a Mundo here. And in this case, our tier 2 on the top end side of things is going to be the trade-off for what seemingly is 3,000 fake HP from the side of Mundo's damage. And I don't know about you, Weapons, but that's just like the worst trade I would ever want to make in a game like this. Never mind, Ignore's made an even worse one as they get blocked off by a wall, almost falling to the wayside, and for that, they lose another tier 2 again! That will be Death from below. Death just finding all members right now, as Bulldog just goes massive flash over, not going to be finding the River of Nakiri, but they will find Vayne. It's just so good from the side of TDT. They don't even care about the tower, they just want the kills. And that's what, like 500-600 damage off of a nice little Heartsteel prop there. God. Getting low and getting taken down, but Between Worlds could be finding another member. Make that 2 as the Niver wall just blocks all hopes and dreams. It's all nightmares for the sides of QAQ. And now all left on their lonesome here on the back end alongside Ignore in the front is going to be River. I don't know, Weapon. There's not much left here in this game.
Does not look like this one's going to last much longer. As Ignore is blown up under the tower, and QAQ, they gave us a hope spot. They gave us moments to believe in that first game, but unfortunately the lateness means that this is going to be a 2-1 in the favor of TDT. Eventually they will kill this Nexus, but they will never, on the side of QAQ, kill that Mundo. It was just never going to happen with this draft.
Yeah, that is going to be a big win for the side of TDT. They finally come through as the quote-unquote top seed here, pulling through in Game 3 and showing us exactly why they are considered the best in OCL. And I believe we will be getting an interview in here as well, but that will be a 2-1 finish, and it's awesome. Merc, how did you find that game?
Conceptually, this draft was wrong from the start. And I think that the gameplay proved that. I think that we saw a bit of deja vu in mid lane, right? Everyone just piling on their level 3. And then they just could not kill the Mundo because they don't have any consistent damage. Because the consistent damage is a Vayne playing into playing into a Nivea, playing into all of these mages who just want you to be right in their face so they can hit all these abilities. I really want to know what was going through the thought process of that draft, because it was quite uncharacteristic in general, considering what we saw was pretty standard overall last game.
I don't have anything more to say except for the fact that I'm surprised, confused, and now I know to never pick Xerath in bot lane as well in my games, hopefully. Because genuinely, I felt like the impact of what Xerath was actually able to bring to the table was next to nothing. I'm sorry. The ultimate was the only thing I saw in team fights, and they didn't get like a single kill or any impactful means, right? Like if anything that went to the Mel instantly got deflected. You try to catch a Pike with a Xerath ulti, not going to be happening. All right, let's try the Mundo, I guess. Oh wait, he's got MR, so it's just really tough.
As it looks like I'm hearing a bit of confirmation, we have BBP in the waiting room ready to join us for the interview. Congratulations on your victory. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good, man. It was an interesting series, I guess. We did get a free game because they were late, but
Easy day out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have a question for you guys. How did you feel about that Game 3 draft coming out from the side of QAQ?
Honestly, the draft I feel like was all over the place for both sides. I feel like they just had a really weird draft. I feel like, but we just played our comfort.
Yeah, I actually want to get your take on the matter, because obviously it's going away, man. Like, we're, 12-26 or whatever it is, 12-16, 26-16. We're getting all the nerfs to roaming and mage supports and everything. So Bulldog was, like, in your lane for a lot of the early waves. Is that something you call for, or is that something where he's like, no, we're doing this, man, like, you just have to share XP?
I don't mind sharing XP, to be honest, but,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's good to open top like that because, like, their Pantheon could be there, and the matchup is way more volatile than the mage lanes. Like, it's just pretty normal.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, heading in towards the rest of this tournament as well, you've got a fair few matches ahead. Obviously, Skull Bullet is a potential opponent in that second round. Are there any opponents that you're looking forward to seeing?
Honestly, I want to versus Mars team. I forgot what their team is called, to be honest, but it's like Imposter Mar, Strawberries. That's the team I'm like looking out for, to be honest. But I don't know if we'll make it. We'll see.
Do you see Imposter much in solo queue? Because that guy's been on the rise, right? Like I remember seeing that guy back in like low elo tournaments.
Yeah, he's gone better. He's pretty good now.
Nice.
Oh, she.
Anything
Sorry,
else,
she.
She? Oh, she. Okay. Did not know that. Cool.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's roll it back a little bit. You know, first and foremost, big congratulations on the victory. But let's talk about Game 2. What happened there? That was an interesting team composition to go up against a bit of a scaling comp as well. What was the kind of nuance and thought process there?
Honestly, I was a bit surprised what they picked because, like, what I prepped for was like not that at all. They definitely were playing stuff they usually don't play or haven't played previously, so it was a bit of a shock to me.
All right.
How are you guys feeling after that early game? Because obviously you guys got ahead early and then just didn't have the damage really to get through the rest of the team.
Are you talking about game one?
Yeah, game one. Yeah.
Honestly, game one, like, we were definitely frustrated for sure, but I feel like the Ezreal was just like kind of OP that game considering draft. But we definitely could have banned differently and stuff.
Yeah, they had a lot of like abilities that could get in and out, and you guys relied on pretty much Jarvan, EQ ulting and getting something off there. So they were just always just dancing around you guys until you guys had nothing left. So it makes sense. But you guys came back in Game 3 and absolutely slapped them silly with a pretty stock standard draft really. But they self nerfed themselves, I guess, in that case. And here you go, progressing to the semis as well. So big congratulations. Any final questions?
So what do you want to say to the fans?
The fans?
I love the fans. I miss the fans. Thank you guys for watching me.
All right, well, thank you, BBP, for joining us for this post-game interview, and good luck in your next round.
It's always nice when we get hot dropped a interview.
Yep.
Handled it well, actually. I'll say BBP. I mean,
the dude's calm under pressure.
Yeah, dude's been a streamer, so like streamed for a long time, so very very confident in front of a camera, and always loves to pull out some shenanigans. Which I was actually kind of bracing for it. His stream can get wild sometimes, but yeah, good interview. Definitely keen to hear more from him.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll probably hear more from him further in towards this tournament. We got one more series coming up after this. We got Lamb of God going up against Chudlings. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back just after this break. Welcome back to the Oceanic Champions Circuit, or Champions League rather. Wow, I'm already getting confused.
There's too many of them.
Yeah. We're back here for playoffs round 1 after a pretty crazy series. But now, we've got one more ahead of us today. We've got Chudlings going up against Lamb of God. But before we get into any of that, we have a pre-series interview on the way. Joining us is support for this team, for Chudlings. It is Aquilin. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for having me, guys. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I think we're versing, as you said, Lamb of God, but I haven't really checked too much. I only knew about that like this morning, so I guess we'll see how it goes.
Oh man, yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. You know, I feel like a lot of great players on both teams as well. But one thing I want to kind of hear from you is, how do you feel about the support meta right now, and it inevitably going away very soon?
It's pretty interesting. I think it's kind of stupid, just sack your AD and just go roam. You either just get pinged by your AD because you're not on lane properly, or you get pinged by jungle because you're not fighting with them. So either way, you're kind of stuffed, I guess.
Everyone's yelling at you.
Yeah, just a lot of yelling. I mean, I'm kind of used to it because nameplate, but yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I actually want to ask about that because you're playing with Reela, right? And Reela was, I think, for a long time considered to be one of the sort of up-and-coming best AD carries in the region. A guy we were looking to really break through. So, how's Reela dealing with the meta and playing? How's it been playing alongside Reela as well?
He's definitely had to adapt a bit. He wasn't a big fan of having to play this APC stuff, which is pretty understandable because ADs want to be like Chad, 1v5, have an enchanter on them, just gliding. But he's taken to the Victor, Syndra, Ziggs, all that stuff. He's taken to it pretty well. So it's been good. But it should be good from hopefully we get this win, and then next week we're back onto normal ADC meta, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, your last 10 has been a bit shaky overall. Obviously, you did lose that game against Perth Sailing Club last week. It's about 5-5, I think, is your past 10. Coming into this match, I wanna get your mentality. How are you guys feeling coming into this?
Everyone's pretty chill. I think people have been definitely taking the Flash tourney pretty seriously, and this week it's been a bit of a kickback on our scrims, but we're pretty happy with what's going on. We've had a lot of help from Scott, obviously. Big shout out to Scott for helping all the boys out. Yeah, he's insane. Hit him up for coaching, definitely. He knows what's going on.
Yeah, and honestly, last and final and foremost for me at least is this is going to be an important game that moves you forward in towards the semi-finals. Puts you one step closer to that grand finals. Is there a specific team, if you do win this one, that you're looking forward to versing as well?
Not really. Just see how it goes, I guess. See how far we can get. Hopefully take it home. Reela said he'd be pretty upset and pretty pissed off if we don't win the whole thing, so I guess we'll go off that.
Fantastic.
Best of luck, man. Hopefully we do see you later on. I'm keen to catch up with some more chats with yourself or the rest of the team. But yeah, we'll let you go.
Awesome.
And I'll definitely catch you around. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
I love how laid back our pros are. They just happen to be we got
Colin's
this.
great.
We got this. Yeah.
We were talking, so we a little bit of a glimpse behind the curtain. We were talking with him about Flash actually just before we went live, and he was talking about how they actually have been prepping for that, and we actually get to see a reunion of him and Gus from the Swinburne team, which of course did win OLI a few times. So yeah, really exciting, and I'm glad that we get to see more of this player because he has been great for all the years that we've been seeing him play.
Yeah, but I believe we've got the head-to-head, some graphics on the way as well, just to see how these teams can pair up against one another. As we look at this right here, it's pretty. I mean, they're neck and neck in terms of the points that they accrued throughout that group stage. This is the match that I was sort of most excited to see as that competitive series heading into this.
Look, honestly, all of the stats here look really close, except for the win rate, of course. But one thing I do want to kind of talk about here is that deaths per game, right? That's a 50% differential, and I think that kind of speaks a lot to the style that a team likes to play. Are you skirmish heavy? Are you that kind of, LCK style where you don't want to fight until you feel like you can win it? Or are you flying right out to the LPL and just fight to the death regardless? And I think that's pretty showing of exactly how Chudlings like to play versus Lamb of God in this case, and Lamb of God are twice the amount of deaths. So a lot of bashing around on the Summon's Rift.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
She probably speaks to a volatile style. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these kind of damage engage, I would say, junglers from Erdogan, particularly the Nefiri, which can be Feast or Famine, so might be contributing to that. We'll see how they look when they get to the Rift, because it'll be a fun game.
Yeah, I believe we've got the 1v1 on the way, but I mean, yeah, if you guys remember, like, if you've seen Chudlings throughout this tournament so far, you know what their playstyle is, you know how they're going to go about things, and those deaths, they are a bit expected, but I'm excited to see how they can get that done, but I believe we'll have that underway shortly, and then we'll see who ends up getting that first pick in this series. A lot of those power picks definitely on the board as we're looking at those champions in the break. So what are you guys expecting, obviously, coming into this?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the most important things that I've been seeing is that, I think I raised it when we were chatting on the break, is that Chudlings play Jhin, and I'm not a huge fan of Jhin personally. We had a nice bonding moment as, you know, caster and host, that it seems like all of us don't really like Jhin either.
No.
In the current meta, it doesn't seem very good, but in this state of things, you know, I want to be seeing, you know, maybe a switch up. They have been really winning on Jhin, but, you know, they've been playing Ezreal as well, but that hasn't been working out for the side of Chudlings. So I would like to see them pick a kind of different AD or bot lane APC to kind of, you know, adjust well to that. Lamb of God, Rel all day. What is going on with that? We haven't been seeing it anywhere else, so...
Yeah, we will indeed. You go.
Do we have the 1v1 ready? That's how I'm trying to ascertain. There
believe
we go.
we have-
1v1's ready.
I believe we have the 1v1 ready. Let's jump right into it. We got Zila.
All right. So we got a Lee Sin versus.
Lee
It's a
Sin
Lee
match.
Sin 1v1. Let's go.
Okay, that's
Oh
what
my God.
that's what we like to see here, don't we?
Yeah.
All
that's-
right.
That's fun. Now I don't actually know. We've got some obviously Chinese characters. Can you translate actually, Merlin?
I think that is definitely not pineapple. I know I can't see it too clearly because it's a bit pixelated, but the
it
final
is.
character says dream.
Okay.
So no one on the Lamb of God has the word dream in their name, so I'm not too sure. I can't really make out. It looks like the word pig, like pig dream, but I can't really
Okay.
make it out. But it might be Mei Yang Yang. Who knows? In this case.
I mean,
But
it more than likely is ZLM. That's an awful name to say.
Oh yeah, actually that's a great point. Yeah, it might be ZNLM. Jungler playing Lee Sin makes a lot of sense, and of course, Zila here looking to find a little bit more. Is getting the exhaust down. Ooh, it's getting close. Winning out is gonna be ZNLM.
All right, so we just throw down. Just summon a spell advantage, I guess, 3 damage from the Ignite coming through. And that is going to do it. So, side selection, I actually don't... Who got it? Who got it? It was
hearing
2
it is
Lee Sins on my
Pineapple.
screen. Okay,
It was
here's
Lamb of God.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, it was
Yeah.
pineapple. I see. Okay, so pineapple definitely does not have the word dream in it, so that name on the screen is not going to be the same. Okay.
We're also being told
They
it's
really
first to
like
2 kills.
tricking us, right? They really like tricking us, us casters, us hosts, us broadcast talent with the weird names, don't they?
Yeah, you know, and also not informing us of the rules of the actual 1v1.
Oh,
Because last time we just cut away when we got the first kill. Apparently it's meant to be 2. So, yeah. I don't
apparently
know if
Pineapple
we-
got it anyway. So
Okay, cool. Right.
We'll believe production
No worries.
with the words they say.
Yep.
And it doesn't change the outcome for us either way. Regardless, I'm happy for either team to take the win on that for their side selection. But I guess today it will be Lamb of God taking it away for themselves. What are we expecting here for the side selection? Merc and Weapon, I kind of want to hear your thoughts about it.
I'll start us off because I do think, like I said earlier today, blue side is becoming more and more of a priority as we see the meta solidify around particular picks, and this is actually notable because neither of these teams actually play a lot of J4. It really has just been Erdogan with a couple of losses on it. Looking down the line, I'm not actually seeing any picks for Z and LM on that one. So decent chance that we actually see another one of those J4-centric drafts built around that, with some sort of wombo built around it, which didn't work in the last game. But we shall see. And here we are. This is the list of stuff that's getting picked.
Yeah, Lambergod definitely has a few interesting picks that we haven't been really talking about today, right? Wukong, Aatrox, and Xin Zhao, which is, a kind of jack of all trades pick at the moment that isn't terribly great at anything and also not really bad at anything at the same time. And we I think what I'm looking towards here is just going to be that Rel. Like, it seemingly is one of the most important picks for Lambergod here.
Yeah, the
Pineapple
Rel
will play whatever he wants.
Yeah,
there's a Castle and top in there.
Yeah, Pineapple playing Wukong top as well. So really just loving the off-meta picks, especially Aatrox, like very much on the fringe of the meta, but apparently something that Pineapple will reach for more often than not. I think the big picks I'm also looking for, these will probably be banned away. I expect the Rel will probably be taken off the table, but the Camille as well. And then it's going to be a question of what is left, and that's probably inevitably going to be that Nautilus taken away first, and then we have to see what Aquilin has left in the tank after that.
And, the thing is, Rel also playable from the side of Aquilin as well, so I would expect even if you don't get the Rel in the hands, or because Lambergod's probably aiming for it, you're going to have the necessary resources and pieces already put together in your experience to counter what is on the table. So I'll be excited to see if there's any pocket pick that's going to be pulled out against Rel specifically today as well. And let's talk about ADC, guys. I'm not seeing many majors here on the board.
Yeah, there's just the Ziggs, but other than that, it's pretty... Possibly some traditional League of Legends we have in store for us, which I think we need. We need a palate cleanser after what we saw last game. But I guess before we head into that draft, I'd love to get your predictions on this series, because I think Chudlings might be able to take this first game. Yeah, obviously it depends on what the draft is, but I think that there's a lot of talent on this team. Yeah, we look at this draft here, ZNLM and Google Me leading the charge. We were talking about before, Google Me is such an aura name, I think.
Very aura indeed. I'm going to have to, I think going off of momentum, something that I do stand by, I feel like it might be a 2-1 to the side of Lambergod. I think Chudling's obviously very, very accomplished as well. They're literally the exact same score, but it's just that recency bias that might just tip them over the line here.
Thinking about it, I do think I favour Chudlings for perhaps the experience. Mei Yang Yang is a player we've seen before. Google Me, of course, incredibly high ranked. We didn't really talk about it yet, but very high ranked player on the Challenger ladder. But they look like a fairly volatile team. And, oh, there we go. Hey, nice. So Saw's doomed. He's going to get rinsed. But I think I put a lot of faith in this bot lane. Reeler and Aquilin, lots of experience there. If they can force the traditional AD carry setups, which it does seem like this series is heading in, I think Reeler's experience is going to carry through, and Aquilin has been fantastic in competitive for much of his career that we've seen him. So I do look to those two to be the difference maker, and that's why I'm probably going to give it to them 2-1.
Oh, what do you think, Merlin?
Look, I feel like you raise a really good point, Weapon. It's kind of the battle between how big of a difference the bot lane is going to be able to make from the side of Chudlings versus the mid lane of Lambergod, right? Like, can Google Me, make a bigger impact and make a bigger gold lead than what Real and Aquilin can create? That's kind of going to be the difference maker and what tips the scales here. I think it's still Lambergod favored based on the recent stats alone, and the win rates are just insane at the moment. And of course, I do feel like mid lane is such an impactful lane. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I play mid, but I feel like if a mid lane rinses the other mid lane, a lot of the time it leads to top and bot having a bit of an advantage as well, based on the roaming and the timings and the backs that you get. I'm going to put it 2-1 towards the side of Lambergod. But again, hey, my predictions have been wrong all day. I'm happy to be wrong again.
I have a question, and I don't know if we can bring up the champion priorities for these teams, because this is something I've been asking myself at the entire tournament. Why do our junglers hate Nocturne? Like, what is going on?
It is a very feast or famine pick, to be fair. But I mean, so they also play Nefiri, so
Yeah,
they're
like,
not
that's
unfamiliar
just-
with that play style.
They're playing less good Nocturne, so why aren't they playing Nocturne? And like, I thought it was crazy. I thought that there was a couple of weeks where I was only casting this tournament, and we weren't seeing Nocturne picked or banned, and I was like, okay, is he just out of the meta? And then I went and watched a bunch of Tier 1, and he is like permaban. So
Yeah.
why is this champion not making it through draft? And I think to your point, Merlin, if you're going to pick a champion that's going to synergize well with a mid lane pick, turn a winning lane into an even winning a lane, Nocturne is one of those picks that can absolutely get that done alongside something like an Orianna or an Aurora. So if that's the direction that you go for on the side of Lamb of God, then 100% they can secure the win just through that alone.
I fully agree. I mean, like, I'm surprised that Nocturne's not being played in OCE. Of course, coming from, also OCE gaming, but from a different title, we always seem to be a few patches behind. We just never seemingly play the meta. We play comfort a lot more. And in that case, I guess that's kind of what's coming out here, right? Why play something you're not comfortable on when you can probably perform better on something that's slightly more subpar? However, like you mentioned, Nocturne is one of those champs that just isn't that hard to pilot. If you can pilot Nefiri, you can pilot Nocturne with reasonable ease without a problem. You only need to land one skill shot. Everything else is either point and click, right? So it's really not that tough. It plays very similarly to something like Nefiri, where you go in, you fight, you try to get out. It's pretty much the same logistics, right? And you make a great case. And something that I have also been thinking about is that why aren't we playing a little bit more, burst junglers, right? We only see Nefiri. Like, what's going on there? Why do we have J4 across the metas and stuff like that? We're not seeing too many burst junglers. I guess Kiana's been shifted out of the meta a little bit, but I feel like something in OCE, imagine if you had a Kiana in that game 3 on TDT against, 2 backline mages, you'd just be exploding them every 2 seconds, right?
Yeah, it's a reasonable statement. I think Kiana's still on the fringes, but yeah. We'll see what this draft looks like and whether there's any adaptations, because I'm being told that the draft is ready, and that means, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to you, Mitchell Lees.
Yes, it will. Wow, my full government name as well. That's crazy. Yeah, so I'll finish off. Source said can win, so we'll have to see if they can do so. It is an astronomical odds against this mid laner, but anything is possible in this tournament. Casters, take it away.
Let's do it.
Look, for all we know, Emerald 1 is just alternate Smurf account coming out from the side of Saw. Actually 3,000 Challenger Elo. But I'm seeing some interesting picks coming out, right? Saw is one of those mains that does, I believe, play Kiana and Talon mid. Very reminiscent of what I used to play myself alongside Akali. And we're going to be seeing Victor immediately banned out. Very strong pick in the bot lane right now. We've been seeing it on T1 pays all day. Poppy, an interesting targeted pick. I don't think that's as common. Talon likewise. Ziggs, Xerath, Camille, I mean, pretty stock standard, nothing too crazy. And we'll have to see what the first pick here comes through. It's Nocturne Jr. Here we go again.
Nocturne Jr. I love it. Yeah, Nefiri very highly prioritized by both of these teams, but that does leave the Rel up and available. Not something you want to see as that primary engage force. Of course, she does work well with the Flash. That's a bait. Don't take it. Of course, there is the possibility that it is Yuumi Zeri, which Reeler is a very, very, very good Zeri, and we've seen it many times over the years, but it is going to be Erdogan probably picking up that Wukong, which does deny it away from the other side in ZL and LM. And Syndra picked up. We were talking about this before with Aquilin. Not necessarily Reeler's most favored meta. Doesn't really love playing the AP carries, but still has the option. And that Syndra has been something we've been seeing in the bot lane. Works well against, alongside something like a Wukong, and also into something like the Nefiri, where you can scatter the weak and keep yourself safe against that Hound's Pursuit.
Yeah, 100%, right? And you look at something like Wukong, Syndra, a lot of kind of Wombo-y stuff going on, where you get your Wukong going into the team, lock down a target, and Syndra just finds as many balls on the ground as possible and puts it on the person that does the lowest HP, which means you're going to be looking for something that can take the front line here for the side of blues, the blue side, of course, here. And in this case, I feel like,
Team Blue.
It's going to be really important that they lock something a little bit more tankier for the top side, maybe a little bit more utility focus for the mid lane. because you do have that Neferi to kind of get in and out with a lot of damage already.
Yeah, there is the option of the Galio, which has been played by Saw, but not necessarily by his counterpart in Google Me. So we'll see if that is the direction, because it's a potent combo. Of course, Hounds you into the hero's entrance works quite well, especially when you've got a very front-loaded engage composition. You know, with the Wukong, it looks like that's the direction we are potentially going. But I don't know what's happening with this draft graphic. Are we okay? Have we dodged production?
That's a 3 times the amount of time they typically get a jungle pick.
Yeah.
But we'll still go off of kind of in general what they should be looking for, rounding off the composition for something like Wukong and Syndra. I want to be seeing something, you know, a little bit more engage heavy in the bot lane for the support as well. You know, having a Wukong, having someone to support you there is going to be really important. But you know, we have heard that, you know, draft and blue bottle's a little bit bugged, so we're going to be coming back to this, of course. But yeah, I think that's a little bit of information for us to go off of to kind of even theory craft.
Okay. Great. So we're getting updates that it is going to be Nautilus locked in on Lamb of God, and the Rel, expected Rel, has been locked in for Aquilin on the other side. We're getting screenshots. Okay. Thank you. As we get the graphic
Oriana, fixed. Here we go. We've got the Ori on the side of Lamb of God as well, which we were kind of discussing about as well with the Nocturne Ori combo. We're going to be seeing a Neferi Ori combo, which is very similar. Also applicable to someone like Nautilus. Hook in, still can get something really, really good on the table. You look at something like Wukong, Rel, I think that's extremely strong as well. Very, very strong engage into a double engage. And you just group everyone up where Syndra just gets to unleash on everyone, stun them all and whatnots.
Yep.
I think both teams here definitely make a lot of sense. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm definitely favoring what we're seeing on the red side of the map here. With the Rel locked in, that's your secondary engage. So Wukong, obviously he can be a primary. He's the point man. Goes in EW and then WE and then R gets the initial CC, and then Rel follows up. Now we're also seeing a Kai'Sa locked in, so that is Neferi, Oriana, Nautilus, and Xayah on the other side.
Yeah.
Apparently Kai'Sa was hovered, and on the other side it is a Gnar. So trust us, that's happening. It is happening behind the scenes. And we'll hopefully get the graphics sorted out soon.
Yeah, look, the Gnar makes a lot of sense here. You need a little bit of time to charge up. You need a little bit of kind of leeway for your team to kind of get you space to charge up your Mega Gnar, get something going for there. And in times where you don't have your Mega Gnar instantly available, already ready there for the fight on a TP, you have something like a Wukong, you have something like a Rel to kind of get you the space in which you can continue using your Hyper, continue throwing your Boomerang out, and then you can get into the Mega Gnar form for the ulti. So it makes a lot of sense there, and I think the final picks are going to be Ahri and Kay Sante. Boy, this looks like a LCK draft from both teams. It's a lot of front to back, a lot of, you know, protect the king and queen kind of situation. And I think both teams here have a good chance of edging both teams out.
Yeah, this is actually a fantastic draft from both sides. But what I'm seeing from the Chudlings, this is so many ways to stop that initial engage from coming through. Whether it's the Neferi or it's the Nautilus landing a hook, you've got Scatter the Weak, you've got Charm, you've got Wukong Cyclone. Anyone who pulls the trigger on that initial engage is going to run into some form of CC and some form of rebuttal from the members behind them. Yeah. Whereas I think if you can get in on different angles, find flanks into the fight, then you kind of do have the option to nullify those tools. Looking at the lanes, I mean, no one's really got that massive advantage, so I think a lot of it's going to come through those mid to late game team fights.
Fully agree with that, right? If you look on the counterpart on that argument as well, is that, you know, Lamb of Gods doesn't have that same amount of disengage, right? The main disengage is going to be coming from something like Nautilus that just like stuns you on the way, maybe Oriana speeding the rest of the team up just to get out. Xayah does have, you know, the ultimate, but at the same time, that's not really a super team impacting tool. It's a more individualistic impact tool as well. So you're really left with a situation in which Lamb of God have to choose to either skirmish and bait out utility from the side of Chudlings, or Chudlings get free reign to just walk up and try and engage on you because they don't have enough to actually repel you back.
100%. Hi, Mercury.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good. We're about to cast some League of Legends.
Oh,
Nice of you to join us.
that's so interesting. I'm about to host some League of Legends as well.
Whoa! Do you want to do it together?
What a coincidence. Yeah, we could do it together. No, I think I'm looking at this comp. I'm really trying to figure out what they're trying to do. But I guess with all that said and done, we will find out what they're about to do as we head in towards game number 1 of this series. Casters, please take it away.
Let's do it. All right, we are in game. So as a setup, I was talking about how there's a lot of ways for that initial engage to be stuffed on the side of the Chudling. So if they don't approach from sort of awkward off angles, then they will run into a bit of a brick wall, despite the fact that they don't necessarily have that dedicated, frontline tank on the side of Chudlings. I also think that this top lane matchup will inevitably just spiral out of control, because Sante is into not a place you want to be. I love this from Aquilin. Again, we talked about this with BBP in that last interview. You just open top, because it's every chance that the other side will do it. Your bot lane matchup is not that volatile, so just make sure that there's no interference. In this case, it looks like there is not going to be, so Aquilin is going to run all the way down towards the bot side and play in Rilla's lane, which Rilla is going to be really happy about.
100%. I'd just like to point out really quickly, that is shall not ignore in the bot lane there for the side of Lamb of Gods, as a couple of pokes come through, of course, from the side of mid lane. Pretty much even Stevens on both champions here, of course, as they have the similar kit to kind of dance around, and most of my attention is going to be put forth to this bot lane once again, right? A lot of action can happen with the Rel Nautilus differential, and it really comes down to whether or not Caesar can land the spells, as that happens right away, immediately 200 damage on the board. Nice.
Yeah, late game, of course, what's going to land, probably not going to amount to much, just a decent amount of trade back and forth. There Yang Yang taking the lion's share of that damage. Aquilon's going to be fine to regen that up over time with the potions. Rilla, of course, that player we've often associated with picks like the Zeri, these sort of hyper carry picks. We heard from Aquilon, not necessarily the happiest about the meta, but has been clearly adapting quite well. He's still a very, very good player, and will be bearing the brunt of a lot of the damage as the game goes on. So, see if they can step into that role. They are another one of those members who is going to have one of those tools to really dissuade the initial engage and scatter the weak. Aquilon, of course, Q into a charging Neferi will stop that engage coming through as well. As Adora and Mei Yang Yang taking so much damage just to get this wave under tower.
Yeah, exactly, and that's, losing out on the trade on the back end of that is Aquilon, but a massive scatter of the week to start that off as well, right? Just stunning Mei Yang Yang in the back line of the fight as the CC comes out from both the Nautilus and the Rel just completely puts a stop on the fight as well and allows Rilla to actually deal some real damage back. And in this case, I don't think too much is happening so far in the bot lane. In this case, Aquilon needs to regen a little bit before they can take another full fight, because there is a HP disadvantage there. However, every lane is very careful right now.
Saw's holding his own quite nicely in this mid lane, actually. Out of mana is Googlemy, so won't have a lot to bring to bear. Edoran gonna find ZNLM. My god. What are we gonna go with?
Gonna be almost a kill there, but instead it will turn the tables onto the back end side of thing. Immediately Edoran gonna be falling to the wayside. Aquilon jumps in. I don't think they're gonna be getting away with their life this time around as well, as escaping with a thin lease of a second life is gonna be ZNLM. A crazy turn of events in this case, because it really looked like ZNLM was going to be in a tough spot there.
Yeah, it's curious. I don't know why Edoran decided that they were going to go for that play with the bot lane priority as it was. You always knew that the bot lane was going to show up first from the side of Lamb of God, so they pulled the trigger, and unfortunately both Aquilon and Edoran pay for it with their lives. This top lane is going well. It's continuing to be good for Zayla. The matchup is just fantastic. See if they can recover this one. You can see Aquilon has been deployed to the top side. Let's see this exchange again. So Edoran just fancies his chances with the Conqueror stacked up. Really good hook by the Nautilus, and will end up spelling the doom of both the support and jungler for the side of the Chudlings. Real attractive support, but not a lot to bring to the table.
just flashed into the hook pretty much. It's still reached, and regardless, going to be a little bit of fight and skirmish in towards mid lane as Quillen tries to find a little bit more on towards Google Me. They're going to be fighting a different search engine instead. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of, again, a lull state for both teams, and kind of a flash out from the side of Saw.
Ooh.
Seemingly that hook was going to miss anyways, but it was a bit of a panic button, if I have to say so myself. But hey, better safe than sorry. I respect that. But importantly here, 800 gold lead already for the side of Lamb of Gods.
Yeah, and the other thing about that is, you know, I talked about the ability to stop the engages coming through. Charm is one of those buttons. So Saw, unfortunately, loses his flash because he just didn't have the confidence to feel like he could push that button in time. Maybe he was also fearing the damage coming in from Google Me, but I think he had the chance to do so. And unfortunately now will be without his flash. Level 6 for both.
Ooh, nice ultimate going to be coming out from both sides. All out coming through. Zealand's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Can they catch up? Pineapple needs to find in Tofo's strike, but doesn't actually land it. Just a little bit too far away, and that's going to be two Titans in the top lane. Still in a bit of a stalemate here, but HP advantage back onto the side of Pineapple.
Sailor will eventually go Mega and get a little bit of that health back off the extra regen. You have to think, but right now he can just play this one out nice and slowly, continue to keep up that slight advantage that he has. The first resets are going to come through. Reeler and Aquilin. Aquilin obviously down that one kill, but they are perfectly fine in that bot lane, even if they do just have that slight advantage over to Mei Yang Yang, which I will say, it is surprising how much control the Xayah has had in this early game. She does obviously have the E for extra wave there. The Syndra does want a couple of extra points in Q before she's really able to nuke waves down, but it has been not necessarily what you pick these mage bots for. Xiao's been doing a fantastic job of not only being there for the bot lane support, but also just being able to get out on the map where Quillen has not necessarily had that chance.
Okay, Zealand might actually finally get their ticket to the concert this time around with Aquilin coming up, but seemingly going to be the case. Falling on a ward. Going to give up the timer. Neither does Pineapple, so they will choose to channel a recall, but Pineapple opts for otherwise. In this case, everyone's being a little bit more careful, a little bit more controlled here, but, you know, without regard, it's still a 1k gold lead, and it just might be a little bit more as Flash gets invested from the side of Reeler.
Oh, they're going to dive.
Oh, the Unleashed Power now online, may be able to find something more. Scatter the Weak put forward, needs to use the ultimate now. Defense on the middle comes through, gets them out of trouble, but Ace is still alive. Reeler needs to find the important play here, but immediately gets dived upon by Nafiri, taken out by Zen and LM, and it will be a 2-0 play dive for the side of Lamb of God, and they continue to dominate.
They just overload the bot side. Google Me joins the play with the wave push in mid. Sora is able to get this under tower and get a little bit back, but there was just nothing that Reeler could do. Scatter the Weak used just a little bit too early, and there were just way too many threats even so. So he just really didn't have a lot of options to try and get away from that dive. And they're just slowly bleeding on this map is Chudlings, as the advantage continue to stack up for the Lamb of God.
Yeah, that's going to be Ogeron putting forth a bit of an advanced play here. Deep dive gets him. Spirit Rush going to be finding them as well as they continue to play this fight out. Shao needs to find an escape route, but it's not going to be happening. Can't be assisted here by the side of Google Me, and all of a sudden, what was an advantage completely neutered off the board, and we see ourselves 4-2 on the scoreboard, but even in gold.
And grubs are up as well, so they can look to get these, and it looks like Odoran's going to make a beeline for that objective. So really nice play. Proactive in the jungle, catching out the members of TLG, and that's going to net them that reward. So as much as their bot lane has been largely on fire, they have decided that that is the meta. You just sack your bot lane, you play elsewhere, you bring your support to the party, and you make sure that you have the numbers to win the fights, and that's exactly what they do. Odoran, of course, does have that level 6 online. He has level 7. 6 in this play, gets level 7 after the play. So that was really very much the timer that this composition was waiting for, is having that ultimate available to be proactive.
Yeah, and just seeing Shao, you know, Hex Flash over the wall and immediately get knocked up by Wukong ulti, like unintentionally as well, is just, it's rough, right? You expend everything, including your life, to try and help your carry, and it just doesn't work out. And in this case, pretty much stabilization across the board. Still a bit of a leaking gold, bit of a pipe leak for the side of Chudlings here, as the gold continues to barrel in towards the 500 now. after it got equalized, and seemingly so, Chudling's still bleeding elsewhere on the map, you know, just either by minions or just by trades. But it's still a course of stable wins here for the side of Chudlings, and not too much happening across the board.
Yeah, just those slight advantages, not really going to be much to write home about. The real story of this game, I think, has been finding timers to group up as a team and make plays happen, and that often just comes off the back of a wave crash. We have a scrap in the bot lane.
Bit of a skirmish that doesn't seem to amount to too much there. Featherstorm does get invested on the back end side of things, so, you know, no get a jail free card for the next, what, 2 minutes approximately, and we'll see if they can make a play off of that. Still has Flash and Barrier for the side of Mei Yang Yang, so heaps of escape tools still, and they have to chip away at that. But again, it's one of those games, right, where both teams are hunting for a scaling comp. Both teams are trying to find a good team fight because they have a lot of wombo combo utility. It just seems like they can't afford to really make too many mistakes, because as soon as that happens and one team gets ahead, it becomes a disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. We got another scrap in the jungle, actually.
This might amount to something, but that's just the clone in the middle. Immediately going to be jumping right in. The Fury putting the dogs to work. All bite, no bark. Immediately has to flash back out, but the all-out comes through, and Odoran's going to be the first one falling. Aquilin look to pick up the pieces right there to assist the carry, but has to jump right out as well. That's a great play from the side of TLG, still navigating through these fights with ease.
Yeah, and the point I wanted to make was that the reason you saw that skirmish in the bot lane, the reason you saw Zaya's ultimate committed and that engage from Xiao, was because whoever unlocks their support first is able to make the first play. This is just the basic idea of tempo in League of Legends. So that wave crash was able to be set up, then it was caught by Zaya safely on the tower. Ignore / Xiao going to take no damage here. But
yep,
that was what meant that Ignore was able to get there first. You could see Aquilin trickling into the play at the end of the play, wasn't really able to affect the play, and that's why it was successful for TLG.
Yeah, 100%, right? Timing above all else, and with timing, with good plays, comes the advantage that consequentially happens as the gold continues to bloom for the side of TLG. And more importantly here, what I like to see is the pressure on these lanes, right? Top lane not really losing out too much. It's just two big meatballs hitting each other, you know, over and over again. But we're seeing the timing of almost always Pineapple just getting there just a little bit earlier as well on these fights against Zilla. And Zilla seemingly slowly losing out on this fight as well.
Yeah, I think it's been a lot of just Pineapple being willing to sacrifice the wave or two, a minion or two here, just to get to the play that little bit earlier, because he just knows that that's how the game is played these days. As we have a setup around this Cloud Drake, an inside drag for TLG, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of a contest here. It is just that single Cloud Drake. You just take this one, you walk away with it. Aquilin might be looking though.
That's just going to be the dragon pretty much dead here. I don't think Chudlings have too many ways of walking in. That's going to be the Drake taken, and a fight ensues. Immediately knock up from the side of Wukong. They do find one. Scout of the Week and Unleashed Power going to be answering right away for 2 kills, but they immediately find one back. That's going to be really down for the game, and Google Me also falls, make it a 4-piece. Chudlings, with overwhelming odds based on the rhythm of the game, find a massive win at the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, very much against the run of play. The Dragon does go down to TLG, but they finally use those tools. They bring everyone, and Saw was actually instrumental in that fight, diving in, getting so much damage done before the fight could really break out in earnest. Unfortunately, Reela does get killed on the back end of the play, but that's just the price you pay being one of these majors. And most importantly, at the end of that fight, while it was very much over, we saw finally Aquilin get to use one of those tools to stop the engage coming in. And Reela's just fine. He's going to die here, but he's got the wave crash on the tower.
Oh, maybe not. Instead, the minion tanks the hook, and instead, Xiao's going to be looking a little bit worse for wear there. A lot of damage with those, you know, spheres of doom right now. And
let's see it again.
Interestingly, they trade pretty much 4 kills for this Drake. And I think Chudlings were looking at it the whole time as, we're going to give the Drake, but we're going to fight him on the end. As soon as they're segregated from one another, hook misses, immediately comes through, but it's not going to be finding too much. Charm misses, Spirit Rush goes in, but it doesn't matter because they've grouped every single person from the side of TLG, and they've caught the backline access. and at this point it's inconsequential whether or not you get the Syndra because they've already done the damage that they needed to do, and it's just a game-winning play.
Yeah, there's the start of the end. Just is really well played. The big thing also was that Aquilin no 6, so didn't have the Magnet Storm available to bring to the fight. But they did make it work anyway with the Cyclone from Wukong. So a successful fight for more.
And that's just going to be Google Me. Getting searched up, found out, and disintegrated on the map right then and there. It's huge as Mei Yang just getting almost deleted off of the server. Rel alone gonna be enough to just deal the damage, and inconsequential there. You take the support for a mid laner and an ADC. That's just gonna be worthwhile trades on all fronts for the side of Chudlings.
Yeah, and with the Wukong shadowing, they can crash this wave, they can reset. Rila is completely fine with this, and Chudlings are just playing so proactively in these last couple of minutes, finding the opportunities, and you can see they've got leads. Not massive ones, but they do have them in those particular carry roles, so it is actually dead even on the AD carry. I say a lie, but Rila does feel like he's doing way more damage than that gold graph, or that gold distribution might suggest.
100%. I mean, like, Blackfire Torch just scales so well as well. Every time you land something, you get 4% more damage. I mean, what more could you ask for as opposed to an Essence Reaver that procs like once every like 4 seconds? So it's just not the same early on, right? If you think about it, Xayah just really comes online second to third item realistically, and Syndra starts doing damage at the start, you know, and the gold graph being even is already a dangerous place. We do see about a 500 gold swing in towards Mei Yang, of course. But in this case, it's almost inconsequential as Chudlings have almost every spot in a cool spot for themselves right now. We see the Herald being challenged up. 4-1 split. I don't think Chudlings want to find the fire. They might find it after again. It's deja vu of what happened with the Drake. Is that what's going to happen? Aquilin going to be baiting everyone. Urduran in the back end side of things. Scatter Weak utilized. But a massive Magnet Storm comes through. Knocks up absolutely everyone. Aquilin tagged down low. But absolutely everyone else going to be flying 6 feet under. Coffins galore as Chudlings reign supreme on the top side of the map.
Aquilin stood and watched and waited for that Magnet Storm cooldown to come back, and as soon as that was it, he pulled the trigger and set up the massive wombo combo for his team. They rip through, they elevate themselves to a 3k gold lead, and they begin to stamp their authority on this map. So they're likely taking that top side. We'll be able to overload and take mid very, very shortly. It's just the Herald that gets picked up. Watch this one coming through. This is the tail end of the fight. This is just everyone falling down. You can see just that one casualty on the side of Chudlings.
Hold on, wait.
Aquilin.
Google Me's dead again.
He's dead again.
Yeah, so I think Rila came through the top bush and just stunned them with Scatter the Weak and just one-shot them, if I'm not mistaken.
Saw was correct. They do win these. I wasn't familiar with this game. I apologize.
Yeah, I think that Rake is an absolute bait. It's a lie. Definitely not the case.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. We were talking about this before, right? Like, solo queue and the competitive game are very different environments where you have to not only play your game, but you have to play your team's game. Yeah, and Saw is someone we've seen in competitive before, has been fantastic in a lot of games. So, yeah, I think the experience definitely does favor Saw if the raw rank and maybe the mechanics just aren't necessarily going to be there for him compared to his opposite number. But you can see, like, 209 on an Ari with 2 items completed is exactly where you want to be, and it's a very respectable position.
Exactly, right? And you look at Google Me, still 1.2k behind. They haven't even gotten close to the second item getting completed yet. Which means Saw's just going to be perpetually hitting like a few minutes, every few minutes, to be a lot stronger with a full item completion, right? So it's just going to be better timings and more leeway for Chudlings to just take a fight on the timing that they want to. And the Lamb of God are going to have to pretty much react to it and be like, you know what, screw it, I'm an item down, but I just have to fight right now because there's nothing else I can do.
Yeah, absolutely. They're taking away more and more map from them. They will be able to take this top lane eventually. Mid lane has fallen, bot lane has fallen. Oh. That's not a matchup you want to be in as a Cassante, especially one who doesn't have any MR to his name. Looking for maybe a dive. This is bold, I think, just covering for the tower push.
Just going for it, actually. They want the Cassante. They saw the amount of damage being dealt. Scout of the Week not going to be landing there, so they do allow them to utilize the all-out and get themselves out of all that trouble. See ourselves to an interesting situation, as I believe Zilla actually died on the bottom side of the map, challenging Google Me, and it's going to be paid in a double dividends here, as Aquilian's also falling to the wayside. I guess that's the price you pay. Yeah.
So that's going to be a lot more of those plates taken away. A decent injection of gold to this mid laner. Erdoran wants to stop it, but he will not get the chance. And we're just trading back and forth, so waiting for this dragon to spawn in 3 minutes time. Will be the Baron up in 10 seconds, but we're probably not going to see that touch for a long time. So I think this dragon has to be where, if you're on the side of Chudlings, you pump the brakes a bit and you say, okay, we need to get at least Erdoran's flashback before we look for anything major, and that will be up for that next objective. So when it's the neutral game, when they do have just this mage facing up against someone on the other side, in both of their carry roles, they do just get priority. They do just win trades by default. So I want to see them slow down and see if they can leverage that just that bit more.
Yeah, for sure, right? You know, Erdoran is so ahead of the curve at the moment, you know, 8-2. It's really important that they keep Erdoran alive. Like, most of the fights that they won on was when Erdoran actually engaged a little bit later, right? Like, their attention wasn't on Erdoran that most of that last fight where they came in from behind. It was on Aquilian, and they were able to get that triple knock-up. Aquilian was able to utilize the Magnet Storm. It was just huge on that Wombo. And they need to find these angles again, right? TLG need to be distracted, and Aquilian needs to be a good decoy. And in this case, Chudlings were unable to kind of find that in the last few minutes here, and they've definitely slowed down immediately based on their rhythm.
Yeah, and they absolutely can. Again, like, they will just hold priority. They do clear waves much faster than their opposite numbers on both counts, really, in those carry roles. And Zayla, of course, if matched up against this Cassante, will just hold push for the majority of that matchup. There's not really a lot that Cassante gets to say about that. So I think very okay with holding, like, pumping the brakes in this game. The other question you have, which kind of leads into, is who face checks and how do you face check on TLG? Because it's effectively just the Cassante, and you're always walking into something you don't want to walk into, whether it's Scout of the Week, whether it's Cyclone, whether it's putting your team in position for a Rel Magnet Storm. So you're going to be very careful about securing pockets of vision that you can play through will be TLG, and those pockets are going to be few and far between with the way that you are losing just chunks of the map.
And we'll have to see if Zilla gets engaged on here. Doesn't happen, just covering is going to be ZNL1. And, you know, a couple of points in the last few minutes was that it felt like the tempo, you know, the great T word, was right in the favor of TLG, actually, where they just continued to take bot tower. You know, they got the kill on Zayla as well. Unleashed the Herald, jumped into mid and grabbed another few plates on there, immediately neutralized about 1,000 gold's worth of stuff. And I think that's when Chudlings was like, whoa, hold up, we can't be letting this happen. We can't let them just dance around the map and out-macro us like that when we have the actual advantage. And you can see, based on that, everyone's immediately just gone to farm. Erdoran has just farmed up a Storm and is now, you know, 1.9k ahead, down back to 1.7 after that. Camp up towards the top, but in this case, Scatter the Week utilized Great Stun coming through. You need to utilize a stun as well, and does, but gets out with a buffered hook on a flash. A good escape from the side of Shao. Could have been a dangerous place.
Could have been, but more importantly, that's the flash drawn out from the support as the Chemtech Drake spawns. And that's exactly what they were looking for. Someone in rotation who they could try and draw some sort of resource out. That's exactly why Chudlings committed to that play. And now, with that flash drawn out, with the resets having come out that little bit later, they are probably just going to secure this Chemtech Drake, second of the game, for themselves. Sorry, Chemtech? The graphic is lying to me.
Ooh, that's going to be Zilla down for the count here, but immediately going to be trading out as Google be forced to the wayside, and it's a 2-for-1 special, it seems like. The Soul continues to fight against the odds. ZNLM looking to find a little bit more, but the dog's going to fall eventually, as that's going to be the bark completely shut out, as Chudlings find a 2-for-1 on the top side, and they couldn't find anything else in the mid lane, right? And that's where TLG fall behind here in the tempo. That has to be the pivot point in which now Chudlings can start to push the advantage again.
Yeah, it does feel like it. With that second Chemtech Drake picked up, of course it was the Mountain and the Cloud Drake picked up previously, together with the land. That's a tank. That's 2 tanks.
Ooh, still getting whittled away slightly. I guess that's where they start to consider whether or not we should back or continue fighting for the K-Sante, and they opt to walk out. Xiao puts in some competitive vision down, but in this moment, it seems like, Urduran has been in this topside jungle of TLG so often that Zen and LM are unable to farm, and you can see almost a 60 CS differential here between the junglers.
Yeah, and that's a lot of it's just that priority, right? Moving in, taking away resources, forcing out things like that support flash. They're playing so proactive on Chudlings. And now with that Chemtech Drake picked up, the second one, they do have the threat of Soul in 3 minutes time. Critically, flashes are available for both carries on TLG, so if Chudlings are going to make a play in the next 5 minutes to take away one of those resources, they have to do it very, very quickly. But right now it looks like they're just happy to play out these side lanes just that little bit more. They have decent vision control creeping around that bot side dragon, so they'll know if anyone does look to try and make away to retake that river position. They're just trying to get this push and move around as a unit and set up. Engage attempt by Ignore.
TP coming in from the side of Zayla. They thought that was going to be a fight. Didn't pan out to be that case, but crucial piece of utility. Someone spell lost there, and it's going to be an interesting contention. If they want to go for the Baron, that means Zilla has to stay towards top side, allowing Pineapple to continue farming in the bottom side of the map, in which that forces the hand. That's when you see Chudling start the Baron. Continued farming as the blue orb's going to be scried there, and you can see the TP already immediately coming out from the bot end side of things. Snaking forward, looking to find a positional advantage is going to be Chudlings. A massive knock-up, but immediately with the shockwave that counters it all, Magnustorm dropped on top of it to look to find any kind of winning state for both teams. A massive scatter the week to change the odds as you find a 3v3 back on the back end side of things here. Spirit Rush utilized, and it seems like Saw finds the winning edge. Scatter the week stun into a Q. Super low goes Google Me, and I think the chase is going to ensue based off of that. Can K-Sante take enough damage to block off and give Google Me a chance to get out? Saul putting on the Foxfire, looking to speed themselves up, and all that comes in, but there's a charm right there! It's just perfection from the side of Chudlings.
It's such a long fight, and at first it did not look great for the Chudlings, but they end up converting the last couple of kills, which is critical for how this game is going to play out. At first it looked like a bait. It looked like they were going to turn off the Baron because they'd gotten the resource they wanted out of the enemy team, which was going to be that K-Sante teleport, matching what the Gnar had to do previously. But they just commit to the play, and I think this Cyclone, everyone got a little bit too excited, but the knockups had already come through. So by the time the damage dealing members are able to join, they're out of position. And it actually looked like the Reela and Saul were actually considering leaving. It looks like the call was to leave.
Reela stunned 4 people in that fight. All 4 got stunned as well.
Yeah, Reela's been great, but it looked like a little bit of a moment of miscoordination. When they did re-engage, they did obviously do a lot of damage, and then the rest is history. I mean, the wraparound from Saul was great. Did give them the advantage in the fight.
Oh my days, that's a lot of damage on towards Xiao. Free of charge, might I add, as well. And this is
40
this
seconds.
Is where 40 seconds to go.
40 seconds on that Chemtech Drake, and yeah, it is going to be Soul Point. Flash available on Google Me, but no one else has it of any significance besides the K-Sante. We'll see if he can use it. And then critically on the other side, just that Rel Flash I think is going to be the important tool.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing a bit of a bait on towards that Baron Pit, of course. As trying to drag out the attention of the side of Chudling, just to waste a little bit of time, give TLG a chance to actually farm a few minions here to hopefully hit a power spike if possible. You can see Google Me's really close to that Rabadon's as well. And Saw still a little bit away from the Zonyas, which will be the 4th item, so they're just trying to bide their time. But right at the moment, Chudlings can continue to push this advantage. They have the Drake here, ready, and they can already go towards that. Back coming out from the side of Aquilin, and they're going to be joining up one towards the Chemtech Drake. They're going to be trading.
No way.
Here it seems like. Is this T1? Is it? We're seeing a sneaky Baron, and immediately TP needs to come through. That's going to be what's happening here. 8,000 HP as he immediately drops down to the critical levels. They need to find something here immediate. Aquilin jumps in. That's going to be the Baron taken down by the side of TLG. Immediately with the buff, they ensue on towards the fight. Can they find the Featherstorm? Any kind of wins the source there, kills, but it will instead be Real finding one. Dropping on towards it. It's going to be Shao falling to the wayside immediately here. Crazy with the knock-up buffer from the side of Keisate, getting themselves out, but the rest of the team falls. It's massive for Chudlings as the sole member that still has the buff, T gets out with just a second lease of life.
TLG force the decision. They go straight to the Baron. Erdogan is left cleaning up that Chemtech Drake, but they get the Baron, and they are just waiting for all members to be in position for the Chudlings. And when they finally do, they let rip. Really good engage by Aquilin to find the Magnet Storm before this clip comes through. And then it is the Wukong coming through at the end of the play with the Cyclone that is able to be the difference maker. So it is just that one Baron available on the back of the Cassante. But that's really all they have. Nice by Zayla. Would have been altered otherwise, but does spend the cooldown. And it's still Chudlings very much in control of this game, and now sitting on Soul Point.
Look, 7,500 gold. We've seen this before today, Weapon, and it's really hard to come back from something like this. This is where I draw the line, like I mentioned. And, you know, forcing the Baron, I get the desperation. I get that you want to make a play in the guise of Fog of War, but it felt like something that if you didn't pull it off, it's what also loses you the game at the same time. But at that point in time, you had to make a play, and that's what they chose. And we see ourselves now, Chudlings, almost 10 kills ahead. 7,500 gold, and you look at Saw, 9, 0, and 11 with their 5th item, might be completed, waiting on a conversion from their Darksteel at this point.
Yeah, Saw has been a superstar in these fights, I will say. Where Reela has unfortunately been hung out to dry just by the nature of how the fights have unfolded, usually the first person jumped on. Saw has been doing the lion's share of the damage and also just providing the charms to lock people in place. But I've lost my point. What am I doing? Help me out here.
No, honestly, I completely agree with you, right? And you look at the kind of gold state on so many different players that are on the side of Chudlings. For example, GA getting completed on Erdogan allows them to go in more aggressively. You look at Reela that now has his Zhonya's online. Likewise, with Saw that now has his Zhonya's online. They can go in really aggressively. Like, even if they don't make a perfect play, they've got these get out of jail free cards that TLG don't have, right? You look at Mei Yang, they press a Featherstorm, but chances are they still get caught. Google Me is a full item behind. And ZNLM only has a Death Stance to their name, and they're playing Voltaic Cyclosword on Neferi, which doesn't help with their survivability at all. So it's very, very tough right now for TLG to even find a fight and win it all.
It is absolutely true, and as these ultimates come up, they will be looking to rinse and repeat that play as Charm lands.
It's going to be still a skirmish, nothing too crazy coming aboard. It seems like, Chudlings just want to disengage. They're not forced too much here. They want to group them. You can see this like herding of the sheep right now, as that's going to be a classic Scout of the Week that just finds so much damage time and time again on someone like Shao. Aquilin immediately goes in with a 5-man Magnet Storm, gets them all disintegrated and also discombobulated, but somehow the fight is not coordinated. Erdogan wasn't there, but it seems to be just on the back end side of things, maybe finding something here, but no, the GA gets popped. And what was seemingly a great engage is now a poor performance. Chudlings can't find anything. And from the depths of seemingly nowhere, TLG find a win.
Oh, it didn't need to happen. They had no reason to rotate Reela over with the pressure they had in mid lane. And then, how does this start? Is it ignore landing this hook? It is. Magnet Storm comes through in response. But at that point, just walk away. They did have the Nautilus ult going down on Reela, so I guess they felt like they had to try and defend their bot lane carry's honor, but this fight just didn't need to happen. And I remember what I was going to say, which is that there have been some great shot calling moments from both of these teams, but it's really just that first order shot calling. And once the chaos breaks out, you can see the breakdown in communication. That I go back to the Baron call from TLG that did get them that Baron on the Cassante only. that was very clearly an attempt at a bait, right? Like, you're drawing Chudlings away from the Kentech Drake, but they just commit to it, and they didn't really need to after they'd drawn the rest of the members up, and they maybe could have looked to re-engage or look for something else, but it feels like they're committing to the wrong place, and now Kentech Drake is going to be taken.
They're actually jumping in, and Quillen's going to be looking to find something, but instead that's going to be the third Drake down for both teams, and they need to fight a little bit more. They keep committing, and they need to continue to find damage, which they do. It's absolutely massive for the side of Chudlings. They lose the fight, they come back, they find a win again. It's near perfection on these back-end fights that Chudlings find again and again and again on the back of these objectives.
How do they keep getting away with this one? That one's going to be a lot of damage on this mid lane tower. Could potentially even just be the end of this game. As we look at that take, it was secured by Neferi. Scatter the Weak does not find a lot of targets, but unfortunately, they just have so much damage coming in from this Ahri in the backline. The Syndra also does a lot of work. Scatter the Weak, able to hold people in place. And, okay, they've won the game.
Yep, and we come back to a victory screen, a classic situation. Okay. Where, you know, I guess that was kind of the straw that breaks the camel's back, the final team fight where it's too late of the game, and it is what it is. And Merc is shaking his head, just being like, what am I watching right now? This is some diabolical stuff.
Can win.
Can win.
Did win. Let's change that up real quick. Not can win, did win.
And was carrying as well the whole time.
Incredible.
Saw was looking incredible.
Did they even die once? I don't think Saw even died once.
Do we have the stats? Do we have post game? I would love to see it. I don't think
the
damage. Yeah, I'll let you finish that thought.
They conquered. They absolutely conquered.
Yeah, thank you. That was what I was looking for. Yeah, really good, impressive. A really good performance by Saw against a very high-ranked player, very clearly showing that they have the chops themselves, and they were actually fairly dominant during the lane phase. Like, the Orianna did not necessarily win the lane by any stretch of the imagination, but then in the mid-game teamfights from that point onwards, Saw was in there every single time. Reeler actually did so much damage. Like, what?
Yeah.
I thought he was dead every fight.
Mm. Well, Reeler said he didn't like playing the mages. Well, he's damn good at it. I'll give him that.
Scatter the Weak is a hell of a spell.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the time, even though Reeler did die, is that they got all the spells off. You know, they got the Scatter the Weak off, they got the Unleash Power down, pretty much nuked one of the targets, and at that point in time, Erdogan just came in, knocked everyone up, Magnet Storm knocked everyone up, and I feel like Saw in one of the pivotal fights at the Baron Pit actually went into the backline and just double killed the backline, and that's what kind of left TLG in shambles. And you know, on the back end of that game, I have to say, what a performance from Chudlings, right?
Yeah, what an incredible showing from them. And honestly, if they continue with this form heading into the rest of this bracket, right, their opponent for round 2, potentially, I don't want to jinx them, right, but their potential opponent for round 2, Chef's Choice or Cap, I think they have a pretty solid chance against, if we're, you know, extending this all the way out into the future. And then there's a chance they could be contending for like top 4 in the tournament.
Yeah,
I believe
definitely
so.
possible. Yeah.
We'll have to see what they can bring to the table, because a lot of picks are off the table, right, heading into game number 2. And, you know, Lamb of God had that really solid early game. And I think that has to be the focus if you are Chudlings, right? Figuring out, okay, what didn't work in that time and how can we fix that?
Yeah, I fully agree with that. You know, honestly, the early game seemingly for Chudlings was a little bit more defensive oriented. They just kind of wanted to make sure they plowed through the first 5 to 7 minutes, got out of the lane, could link up and get a couple of skirmishes running for themselves. It looks like they're extremely confident at team fighting, and they're willing to, you know, commit to a team fight rather than run away. It seems like multiple times they just kind of just did that, trusting that their team fight was going to win. They had a Wukong, they had a Magnet Storm. Hey, it's probably going to be all right. And if they continue that trend, I feel like that front-to-back fighting style for them is going to work fantastic in this current meta.
I'm curious mostly about what's going to happen in the support roles for both in this upcoming draft, because I was actually just looking over what both of these junglers play. The one thing that does jump out is that Erdogan is the one person who has brought out the Nocturne, not to great success in this tournament, but has played it, so could be an option we look for. But we really do start to thin out after the Wukong and the Neferi for both of these players, actually. It looks like they both prioritize that pick. So where do we go from here? If, let's assume, maybe J4 gets through, and then what's the other pick that you go for? We'll be curious to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We've got draft heading down in the line. Obviously, we've got a lot to cover between them, but we're going to head to a break before game number 2, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the OCL for round 1 of the playoffs. I'm Mercury. I'm once again joined by Merlin and Weapon. Game 1 of this series, Chudlings starting out strong. Pretty strong overall, taking down Lamb of God. Now, we've got game number 2 on the way, obviously, but before then, we'll sort of break down what we saw as we look towards the upcoming draft. Obviously, it is in Fearless as well, so some of those picks will be off the table, but what was your assessment of game number 1?
Ooh, I'll start us off, Weapon. Honestly, I feel like Weapon raised a great point about repelling utility and repelling abilities and the ability to disengage, that Chudlings kind of had the edge over TLG. And it kind of really rung true, right? And I kind of based the point off of like either, Chudlings get engaged, disengage, and they go back in for round 2, or they're just going to walk up and flash engage on you, and TLG don't have enough resources to get them out of a tight spot. And I think the second kind of ladder there is exactly what happened, right? We saw Wukong dive in on the back line, we saw Ari jump into the back line, and they just didn't have enough room to get themselves out, and that's just kind of what happened.
I actually am going to deliver a take about that game, and this is a take. I don't think the Syndra needed to be there. I think that Syndra could have been a Caitlyn, and that game would have been easier. Especially in the hands of Reela, like a Caitlyn, a Zeri, something like that.
No, the Syndra did a lot of work in those fights.
The Syndra did a lot, but I think like a lot of the moments where it looked like they were going to lose the fights, and in fact a couple of times they did lose the fights, was because they were playing it as if they had that consistent damage from a Caitlyn. Just like food for thought. And I'm curious to see what this draft looks like moving to the next one, because I actually do kind of expect that Reela will reach for one of those picks, because the only other pick that really makes a lot of sense would be like Ziggs Bell, and you take out one of those bans, then you've essentially pivoted the entire draft. So I'd be curious to see where this ends up. The other point I want to make is that Cassante, or actually found out, if anyone's ever played Cassante, he calls himself Cassante. So fun fact, that's probably how you're meant to pronounce it.
Cassante, alright.
Cassante. So he actually was kind of invisible for most of that game. And that's not unreasonable for Cassante. He's very sort of Cassante, very Feast or Famine, really needs to have team priority, flanking angles, those sorts of things, but would love to see more out of Pineapple. They chose this player to be their 1v1 representative. He did deliver the goods. Let's see what this player can do with a little bit more agency over their opposite number in Zayla, because I think there were a few moments we saw from this player where they actually showed that they're very, very good and can take Zayla to task.
Yeah, I actually fully agree with your Syndra take, actually, except for that one singular fight that Syndra stunned 4 people and won them the fight, right? That's like a game fight-winning play. Fair enough. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, but at the same time, you can't expect your Syndra to do that every single time, right? It's like, hey, Reela, can you stun 4 people for us, like in the most crucial moment when they're about to launch their abilities on us and we can just win? No, that's probably not going to happen, right? And it only happened once in the game, but there was like 10 fights. And like you mentioned, if there was a Caitlyn, honestly, if there was any other long-range ADC, I think it would have been quite a bit easier, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
it's gone.
I think the big story for me, at the very least, heading into this was that mid lane matchup, right? It was Saw going up against Google Me, and I mean we can look at the stats right here. Google Me, it speaks for itself, right? But got pretty humbled by Saw, if I'm being completely honest.
I think completely humbled is probably the way to go, right? Since the start of the game, I think almost every trade that we saw in mid lane, Google Me was actually losing out on it up against Saw. Just had a little bit more of that movement speed, just had a little bit more of that stuff that can go through minions. We saw Saw just dancing around with Foxfire and then just chucking a Q out, chucking a charm out, or chucking a charm to force you to walk one way so I can chuck a Q that way. It felt like Saw just kind of almost had a champ diff a little bit on that front as well.
So I'm told we have a little bit of time before the next game. So I'm going to extend this point out a bit as we might need to just to get you to cover for me. I'm curious as to what Google Me's actual one trick is, or what he plays the most in solo queue, because I'm seeing Fizz listed as one of those champions. Is he just a Fizz one trick? Is that like what we're dealing with here? Because I go back to this idea of, like, I actually generally will respect a player like Saw, or like, to shout out my boy again, I feel like I bring him up a lot, Braddles, who's not necessarily the most highest ranked player, but has competitive experience, because I think they bring a lot more to the table in these sorts of environments. So Google Me, I do agree, got humbled, and it started in lane, which was a surprising place for it to happen, given how close that is to solo queue.
Hold up, there's a Fizz.
What do you got?
53 games of Fizz,
Pantheon
wow.
and Silas mid. So
Yeah, there
Silas
you
got,
go.
I believe, banned out, right? So,
Yep.
So Pantheon and Fizz are just what? Not really, you know, your
I wonder
common
if that is
picks.
Pantheon mid, or if that's like every time they get jungle they play. No, never mind. It's oh wow.
Yeah, but let's
11
drill down.
kills on Pantheon versus Incursio's Katarina. So you know.
Yeah, I mean, that just feels like a straight-up counterpick. But let's drill down into it further, right? Like, on this subject of, like, players who may not necessarily be the highest rank, but do deliver the goods when it comes to competitive, they're also playing different champions in scrims that we don't see. So in solo queue, your entire match history is out there for the world to see, so you know to ban things like the Silas. But we saw a game recently, and I can't remember what team it was playing for, where Lasea played an absolutely lights-out Azir game with not a single Azir game in his solo queue match history, because he practices that in competitive, because he values that experience in competitive. So you really don't know what kind of player you're going to get sometimes just based off solo queue expectations. And I also want to point out, like, that damage per minute share, 1k, is that for Saw's side? Because if that's the case, that is, I mean, we saw that in the last game.
No,
That
that's for
shows the
Google
player.
Me,
I
and
think
this
that's for
doesn't.
Google Me, I think.
This
Why is it
doesn't
swapped?
share.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
okay.
It doesn't
Those-
share the last game stats, I don't think. But
Those
yeah, no,
numbers
your
are
point
different
still
now.
stands.
I will just say that. Those numbers
Yeah.
look very different now.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? I don't think Chudlings is walking around and being like, yo, this Emerald 1 dude is my goat. I'm
Exactly,
going to pick them
yeah.
up for my mid lane, right? Like, so obviously, you know, the rank here doesn't matter, right? And I'm seeing solo queue mains on Saw as Mbessa, Vladimir, Echo. These are not things they've played in the tournament at all.
No.
You know, we're playing control mages and Galio out here, and you're playing Ambessa mid in your solo queue games. It's not relevant, and frankly speaking, I think it was all a ruse. You know, we see Challenger 2.2k. That's just an intimidation factor more than anything else. And Saw just comes in saying can win and does win, and we love to see it.
Yeah, it means you have the mechanics, but not necessarily the experience in a team environment. That's the whole point, and I think we saw that in the last game.
Absolutely. I believe we've got draft just about on the way as well, so I'm excited to see what these teams bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see what kind of picks are going to come out, especially how that game just went. You know, that's going to be an important one for sure. But yeah, draft is going to be coming up. I feel like a couple of
Oh,
Carson,
let's go.
let's take it away
let's
for
go.
me.
It's gonna be draft ready and waiting for us. See you, Merc.
See you, man.
Love that guy.
All right.
I
Yeah, love that
absolutely
guy.
I love
Love
Merc,
me some
man.
Mr. Lees. All right, let's see what we get here. Because we did say that Fearless Bands have whittled the pool down just a little bit. There's the expected Ziggs ban. Would not be surprised if we see the Mel either prioritized or taken away. Xerath ban feels fake. I know it's good. I know it can be good. It's probably working in scrims, but I never want to see it in competitive unless it's a really good angle.
Yeah, I don't think like Xerath is one of those champs that is like, you know, the jack of all trades, a one size fits all where you can kind of pick him blind. It's not. It's gonna get absolutely dumpstered if you pick him first pick and expect to not get completely wrecked by a counter pick, right? And Jin
Oh,
gonna
thank
be
God.
coming out.
Oh,
As a
thank God
ban.
we're banning the Jhin. Oh, thank God.
All right.
Thank
we
you.
ain't seeing real Jin today, I guess. And
Oh, we all breathe a sigh of relief. No, I mean, Jhin is good. It can be very good against squishy compositions. The less tanks, the better, but that's not an issue that's unique to Jhin. We are finally getting the Nocturne. Now, we'll see what the response is. Orianna is off the board. So the usual pairing that we'll see alongside it would be something like the Aurora, but of course it is just a generally self-sufficient champion in of itself. So what are we going for here on the response? What's available? I'm looking at supports. Xin Zhao, of course. I mean, this has to be the Xin Zhao because that's the next tier down for the jungler on
I guess Jarvan was still open, but I don't think that's, that's terrifyingly great of a pick either when you're kind of dealing with someone like Nocturne, because Jarvan playset plays and Nocturne's a little got that far reach, right? And I think Shen is a perfect kind of answer to that, where you can reach a teammate still, even if Nocturne kind of gets them first. You can still give them a bit of leeway. I'm looking at possibly, a bit of a left side pick here.
Cape Bard.
What? Cape Bard. What if we see something like a TF come through, right? If we get a double kind of rotational pick where we get a kind of, support roaming into a TF
just going
turn.
Ashe Seraphine?
Okay,
yes,
all right. Ashe Seraphine, it is a classic tried and true. But Mel's just going to be a straight answer.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, they played Seraphine into Mel as a counter, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, no, actually, it's kind of the opposite direction. Mel very much counters the Seraphine because if you reflect the Encore, you can reflect basically all of her spells. Same thing with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So the Mel is very good here, but I think just generally I like what this composition from Chudlings is bringing. If they can get onto the backline, which is quite easy with the Nocturne, then we'll see what gets paired alongside it. The Shen, of course, will potentially be that Shen support as well. Which, great against the Ashe, of course, you put out the Spirit's Refuge, and then you don't get auto attack, so you don't get slowed. But the other side of that is a Seraphine, and she's just going to dump her Q on you with the Power Chord, or the, what's her passive called, where she does spell but better. She's going to do that.
Pretty much the, what's it called again? Hold up. So it's Sona's Power Chord, and it's Seraphine's.
Yeah. There's too many musical champions. I think we need to go back.
Stage presence. There we go.
There we go.
But yeah, no, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the LCK games I was watching, they played Ezreal Seraphine into a Mel, and the problem with that was that Mel now had to make a choice between reflecting the right ability, which both kind of like still screwed them up. I guess in this case it's a little bit different. You've got an Ashe, right? And you'll be choosing to either reflect the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or the Encore, both of which are great options, but if they're both coming, on a one after the other, it makes it possibly a little bit of an interesting play down bot.
Yep.
Again, seeing Shen down there, you've got a big meatball, second big meatball coming right through as Mundo. But this is also still a bit of a interesting pick, right? Because Xin Zhao's locked in jungle. That means Mundo has to be top.
Mundo top, which means you instantly snap Vayne, because why wouldn't you? I was going to say, without the Xin Zhao locked in, I thought you were looking for a Jax in the top lane, given the fact that you just banned the Gragas. But it just looks like they're just going to go straight for Meatball on the top side.
Hey, hold up. Wait a minute.
I love this. I love this.
That's a great pick. Ragnarok going to be a huge counter pretty much to every single person on the enemy team, right? And chuck a control mage in the back. I mean, this team composition from the side of Chudlings, I think, is extremely powerful. Lots of forward momentum. I mean, with an Aurora, even better as well. I do, however, fear if they get engaged upon, I think it will be a tough fight for the side of Chudlings to get their kind of seams out of,
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind either of these picks here. I think the Hui makes a lot of sense as well, given that it's going to be laning into... I mean, you just want a blind control mage. Could be the Mel in the mid lane for sure. You could be going for a traditional AD carry. Sivir probably wouldn't be a bad choice here if you did want to go in that direction. The big concern I would have would be, where is your damage coming from outside of this Mel? Because you don't really have a lot of it. Akali is going to be great for getting that one target execution, but the rest of the squad on Chudlings just does a lot of damage by themselves, even the Nocturne. So killing that one target, once again, it's a situation where Reela, just like on the Syndra, even if he dies, it's still not necessarily the fight won from there. So
I agree. Yeah.
Concerns about the draft, concerns about whether they're going to swap their champions as well. They should get onto that.
Yeah, I mean, frankly speaking, right, I was getting worried because Chudlings are actually quite squishy. If you think about it, no one on their team's a hard tank. They've got some disengaged tools. They have to deal with a Mel Reflect, and Hui, immobile, Seraphine, immobile, Ashe, immobile. They're hoping to pretty much play front to back, but they don't have really that front that we want to look for, right? And same thing kind of goes on the flip side for the side of TLG. Like you mentioned, where's the damage going to come from? It doesn't matter if they're squishy anymore if you can't even kill them to start with, right? And we're going to be really hunting for, I think, something like Akali jumping into the backline, Xin getting the W off and then jumping into the backline, Shen now TPing onto the Akali, TPing onto the Xin, I wouldn't be surprised, and Mundo fends off the front is what I would imagine the game to look like. But at the same time, it can go either way.
Yeah, and I just don't think Mundo is very powerful in this meta right now because you don't necessarily have those tools to kill Mundo. But this is a game where you've just had a face-up Ashe Seraphine on B2-3. So the Mundo value just isn't quite going to be there as much as it would be in previous games. So a curious draft, and obviously the Seraphine value with the Olaf charging ahead is going to be fantastic. So I really do like Chudling's draft, I will say. I think they've probably got this one in the bag just from that. But of course, it is a whole game of League of Legends ahead of us, and all sorts of things can happen. Certainly a place to win would be that mid lane. If you can get the Akali ahead, she is able to get those just instant executions on targets in rotation, then maybe that's the angle forward. And we did talk about the ranks. We've talked about how damn good Google Me is in solo queue. We just want to see it on the Rift.
100%, right? And giving them a, execution heavy champ, giving them something with a lot of damage, I'm not surprised how it's going to go down here. I really do want to see how these early levels and laning phases kind of pan out. That's going to be really telling on how these team fights will roll based on the advantages that are gained. But we are in the game, and Weapon, this might be the final one of the day for us. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you so far, and honestly, what better to see it with this kind of game on front?
I can't believe this is your first time casting League of Legends. It's unbelievable. We got to have you over this side of the fence more often, and I will be watching your Valorant cast because you are a goat. But we're in the game, and as you say, it might be the last one. And speaking of goats, our production team, those scenic shots, just absolutely incredible. Now, Olaf, good level 1, I will say. Passive means that they brought 3 people to the top side.
Wow.
This is incredible.
Some kind of statement piece about like, hey, I'm not feeling too secure about myself right now because there might be 3 other people on the enemy team just ready to just shoot bullets at me, but not going to be too much fizzling in that front, of course. We do see a lot of action, but, seemingly has fizzled out immediately. And we see a standard game start.
I love that the thought was, from me, was yes, Olaf, good 1v2.
Triple
good
3v1.
Yeah, okay, we'll bring 3 people, just to make sure. And it does make sense. So, let's see if Saul can keep up that performance from game 1 in the mid lane in this particular game. Of course, was very impressive in that last game, and does have a matchup where he will be commanding a lot of respect early on with the QE, being able to hold push. Has also just ticked over to level 2, so he's going to have effectively unlimited mana for the next few minutes.
Yeah,
so see if he can keep up that pressure.
Good poke already coming out from top side, like you mentioned. Level 1 good on Olaf, but the Shroud now coming out for the side of Google Me. So much more leeway. I mean, that level 1 definitely super strong for the side of Wei. Just has that range advantage innately. However, Akali has one of those things that has a knack of just really defeating ranged matchups for some reason, especially in the mid lane. That Shroud, that movement, and that kind of weave nature that they do have where they kind of go in, out, it makes it really tough. Yep. However, nothing too crazy going on the board here.
Yeah, nothing major. Both junglers are clearing their way down towards the bot side, and first reset coming out for Real has actually gone straight for the cull, for the extra injection of gold. Seems relatively confident that he's going to be able to hold a lot of priority in this lane. Of course, early levels, that is often the case for these mage versus AD carry matchups, where the AD carry just has the attack speed. Unless the trades go particularly awry, then you can kind of establish a bit of dominance in this lane. But that has unlocked Aquilin off that reset to be able to play the game a little bit more. First to the mid lane, but is not going to be able to make a whole lot out of it, although Ignore.
That's going to be a little bit of a fight coming through. If you don't know Shen, you don't know that he does 3 empowered auto attacks that pretty much completely kills you right off the bat. But Shao getting away. Like us with the Aquilin stuck in a bit of a bad spot here. Might have to invest the flash, and does, but trade it out for a couple of members on the back-end side of things. The TLG now trapped in the middle, but still gets the kill. Xiao super low, one more auto attack, but Hui can't reach it, and instead it's going to be a second member falling for the side of Chudlings. It might even be a third if a W comes back up, but it's not the case. That's not a great start for the side of Chudlings here, and TLG off on a roll.
No, they just don't have the damage here, as we'll see the aerial cam here. And it's just the Mel. What she lacks in that early wave clear, doesn't have the attack speed to match. She does just bring so much damage and is able to get the execution with the passive. And now got the kill, got the assist, so she's got a decent gold lead, 600 gold. Resets will come out after she gets that wave crashed under tower. And we'll see what she's able to pick up off the back of that is Mei Yang Yang, who is, as you say, very much off to the races. So we might be in for a bit of a longer day than we expected, given that how that first game went. Aquilin,
really close.
Dead.
That's not exactly what you want to be doing on Seraphine there. Face tank engaging. Definitely not a tank. You are very much just a celebrity on a pedestal, shouting out different wavelengths towards the enemies. So not exactly what you're looking for in this front, and I think Mel is just having an absolute field day right now playing against both of these.
Yeah, and now we're going to hit that level 5 mark where she's got 3 points in Q, and she's going to be able to insta-clear those minions very, very quickly, and you can see it right there. So now, Rilla, despite the fact that he's on the much more comfortable AD carry champion in this matchup, will be very much on the back foot for the larger part of this game, and would not be surprised if we see exactly this, which is Aquilin just completely sacking that bot lane and just looking for plays elsewhere. But this is a Seraphine who doesn't have level 6, still level 3, and that means you don't really have a lot to bring to the table outside of maybe a snare if they're slow. Makes it really hard to play the game, so Aquilin going to be relying a lot on getting that level 6 online, and funnily enough, in 2026 and on this patch, that doesn't necessarily preclude you from roaming somehow, but he will get it eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely needs the Encore online. I mean, one of my favorite players in the world plays Seraphine the exact way that we look to see Seraphine being played, and that is T1 carrier, right? And we see so many of these key plays usually based around that Encore. So yeah, roaming around in this meta, definitely not helpful in getting to level 6 as fast as possible, but the other lanes, that has happened instead, and seemingly a bit of a trade on the top side there, as Zilla just wants to get rid of that wave and see if they can get a reset.
Doesn't have the teleport, so won't be able to get back to lane just quite as quickly, but we'll certainly want to try and get that reset through. It looks like right now they're pinned in lane. And looking at the positioning of the junglers, it looks like mid and jungle from Chudlings both making their way down towards the bot side, looking for a bit of an invade. Whereas Xin Zhao up towards the top side, Zayla has to have his head on a swivel.
Yeah, a lane gank here definitely can pay off if Zayla just overzealous on that play, but I think that briefcase, mind me, thrown right to the face is going to emit that cause, but they're still staying.
It doesn't have... The Ragnarok's actually on cooldown right now, so he's in danger.
Went in, didn't come back out. I think that's actually the most optimal outcome for the side of Zilla, just wasting so much time in the ZNLM. And you look at bot lane, also still just pushing non-stop. I do want to raise a little bit of a case against, like, Mel Ashe here. Ashe obviously going to be weak early, right? And that's just how the nature of kind of hyper carries happens. And I do want to see, when they do get a couple of items and they're more even in that gold state, what it looks like in a true fight. Chance of Crystal Ashe Arrow going to be utilized, doesn't hit anything. Maybe the jungler, nope, not happening there. Seemingly so still, everyone trying to be careful and not give away too much.
Yeah, very tentative game from both of these teams. And going to your point about AD carries, I mean, it's been discussed a lot, but this is effectively what you'll see is AD carries are good at killing everyone on the team, and with a Mundo on the other side, that's always going to be great. Whereas mages are great at killing squishies, and they're probably better at killing squishies than AD carries could ever hope to be. As we have a fight in the mid lane, good flash.
Ooh,
just
perfect.
Lives.
Execution not looking too perfect right there. Saw continues to just somehow survive, walks forward, continues to want to get the minions in the space of their life. But it will be pressing guard put forth here. A little bit of a fight coming through, and that's going to be Zinchao down for the count as well. A 1-for-1 trade for both ends here. I think Chudling's come out big on that front, and they've already completely cancelled out the gold lead that was over 1.3k previous.
Yeah, Chudling's going to be very, very happy with that, with the outcome of that play. They will also convert it into a dragon. And I would perhaps, not to read too much into it, but I would ascribe maybe a little bit of that to the inexperience in the competitive environment, not expecting the team to be ready to rally around their mid laner. As the E is down, so you can understand it, no mana, wants to try and go for the execution play, but the cavalry is called, and unfortunately Google Meat is dead under tower, and we go back to another fight.
Yeah, coming out of a cinematic pan cam right in towards a Mel ultimate here. It's still going to be a cheeky glide. Double kill for both ADCs in this case as they continue to look to find a little bit more. Ash comes through, Smite comes in, W lands, and that's going to be huge for the side of TLG as Chudlings come out unable to find anything more than a few kills for themselves here. And I think Saw unable to land much more. What is that from Saw? Comes out for a 1-for-1 trade on the back end side of things, and they're surviving for such a long time. I think Saw's going to be able to make it. Reflect coming through, but it's not enough. Oh, it looked way too close on that front.
Yeah, made it work in the end, but unfortunately was cut down. But Dragon goes over to TLG. Let's see how this actually started out. So Dragon was started up by Erdogan. Ignore gets chunked at the start of the fight, and at this point, Reela, he is so happy to just be the space gliding AD carry in this fight, but I think that slight overstep actually made all the difference. The Spirit's Refuge actually buying so much time in the fight where Reela wasn't able to be effective, so that Shen counterpick proving very, very effective. And then it's the Xin Zhao on the back end of the play. Just comes in, cleans up the fight, gets the smite as well, so really well played. They're going to get the grubs off the back end of it from the resets coming out from TLG. They are looking to contest.
And they're going to be pushing forward. Might get the second grub here. I don't think that actually went through towards him. It's going to be a second instead over towards TLG as Lockdown pops. The Nightmare looking to fight a little bit more. It's going to be a huge engage, and instead the perfect execution going to be utilized and finds the kill on towards the support. Aquilin 6 feet under, ultimate utilized, but the shield's still there as Zayla survives. That's a crucial fight that seemingly, you know, didn't pan out to be more than just a kill.
Yeah, not a lot actually gained there for the commitment for TLG, and most importantly, Reela towards the bot side has been farming up the Storm, has been able to get the wave under tower, still reasonably disadvantaged in terms of the gold score against his opponent, but getting some extra time to get items online definitely going to be helpful. They've deployed the Akali down there to try and match that push. But right now we are just going to pump the brakes a little bit. But like that last play, you did get that one grub, but not one you really wanted to commit to. And I do commend Chudlings for not overcommitting, for knowing that they needed to run away. And they had to commit a few resources to get it done. So TLG definitely going to be wanting to capitalize on those in the next few minutes.
Yeah, 100% right. And you look at the gold lead in the top lane as well. Zeal is definitely on something, sitting on about 1,000 gold comfortably on top of the Mundo. And it will be a bit of an important piece in these team fights, right? You want to see the Ragnarok come out and immediate access in towards the backlines, ignoring everything and just chopping them all down. And, you know, on the counterpart of that, Mundo can't really do the exact same thing, even if they do pop their own ulti. So you rely on the rest of the team to kind of try and do that, but they're getting distracted by this Olaf that's going to be in front of them. So it really comes down to whether or not Chudlings can actually hold off and play front to back the way they want to, as opposed to TLG accessing the back line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think once you get Reela to a state where he can fight, which is probably at that one item mark, 2 obviously much more comfortable, then we will see the way that Chudlings play out this map be a little bit different. Right now they've put Reela in the mid lane because that's the safest lane for him right now, which does mean Aquilin can cover as he looks to make these pushes out. But I do expect them to kind of pump the brakes and wait for that next objective to come through, or next item spike to come through for Reela. Whereas on the other side, for TLG, they are very much in a state where I think they can make a play. They have the perfect execution from Google Me. They have Xiao's ultimate as well, and if an actual team fight breaks out, then Mel's ultimate is ready to go. This is true of everyone on Chudlings, but I think the damage is just not going to be there. So, as such, they're very much on that back foot and waiting to see what TLG do before they can respond.
Yeah, I fully agree. Right? Like, Erdogan does have that experimental hex plate online, and Reela just got the hex optics online, but Mei Yang has actually gotten the Proto Belt and Ludens already, right? So the spike is right then and there. As soon as Reela spiked onto the first item, Mei Yang's already on the second item. So I don't think Chudlings want to fight for a little while longer here, like you mentioned. However, with that being said, 30 seconds and Ocean Drake's back up here, so we have to see whether or not a fight breaks out.
Yeah, and I don't think from the side of Chudlings that is going to happen. I think they're going to be very happy to just ping-pong waves back and forth, wait for item times to come through. The one thing they do have is Zayla, just completed that Ravenous Hydra. I'm surprised it's not the Stridebreaker in this situation, given his role in this game.
Oh, that's an Enchanted Crystal Arrow that needed to hit the mark, and Aquilon's pretty much as good as dead at that point. And now a fight does break out immediately with the Nocturne Ultimate. You can see this Olaf in the backline. That's one. That's a second one. And immediate, you can see Chudling's team composition come alive in these moments as they continue to barrel forwards to find a little bit more. Xin Zhao needs to find a way out. The slow comes through, continued more with more Freljordian power as they continue to dominate. Fear not working out. Protobelt forwards doesn't mean anything, and somehow, some way, like you mentioned, Weapon, Chudlings just win the fight.
And it's off the exact player that I said needed to step up at this moment. The only player who is on a significant item spike finds a deep teleport angle with the Ravenous Hydra and just runs into the back of the fight. Doesn't matter that the Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't land because they just have an Olaf bearing down on them. So now they equalize that Drake score and they buy themselves precious time for this AD carry to get more items online for Reela to be able to play the game. And it's all off the back of Zayla just finding that angle into the fight.
Yeah, really, really great, pocket pick on the fourth pick there for the side of Chudlings. That's really paying dividends. And of course, that gold lead has now just ping-ponged right back into their ball court as well. 1.4k lead just right over. And if you really kind of accumulate what that whole fight was, being down 1.3, they're already essentially a 3k gold shift. Immediate Ragman Rock again coming out, and look at the damage that's coming out from this Olaf. They're still fighting. They finally go down, but they've almost killed out two people. And Erdogan comes up with a consolation prize. Might even try to inch forward for a little bit more, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. A 1-for-1 there. Not great for Zayla falling, but at least Pineapple didn't get that lead.
Yeah, they do trade back, as we'll see this fight again. So the teleport's being channeled by the Olaf just on the top right of your screen, and they're kiting back on both sides. The Perfect Execution does not get a lot of purchase in this fight. And then, at that point, it's too late. Zayla is in the fight. They commit the flash of the Nocturne over the wall here, and then that's basically the end of... Well, it's the end of the Xin Zhao's life. Tries to convert a kill onto the mid laner, but unfortunately is not it. So really well executed by Chudlings to kite back, give their top laner time. Speaking of execution,
Saw is longing for another lifetime. In that case, not much you could do as they just come up and, of course, gunblade you, and you can't move. It was crucial that they needed to. Saw becomes seen indeed, as Google Me just takes him out completely here. And I'm really interested to see how this teamfight's going to slowly start to pan out as the Ashe continues to get more and more items, right? I feel like the impact definitely can be there, but it really comes down to whether or not they find these good angles. Like that TP angle amidst the Nocturne ultimate was probably the recipe to success there as they continue to look for another fight here. Oh, flash engage, it's going to be a taunt. As you see, the Nocturne ult immediately come out again. Erdogan pushing forward, Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land, and a nice spear on towards it. That's a huge encore that continues. The CC is unrelenting. This mountain is just too high for TLG to climb as Herald gets reset, and the objective is not theirs. Chudlings again and again find these angles.
they find a great fight here, and this is after some fancy footwork from Reela on the Shen. He did get taunted up initially, but managed to pick up this kill. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, and what we missed in this replay was just how the TLG just got kind of punched, and then punched again with crowd control. It was spaced out so much to a point where before they could really recover, before they could try and re-establish themselves, they got hit by an arrow, an encore, just one after the other, and that let Reela get in position to do a lot of that damage. That let Erdogan be in position to chase down the fleeing members. So Well executed, 3.6k gold lead off the back of that, but they are going to have to take resets here. Could open up an angle for TLG to look for this Herald.
100%. And you look at kind of Aquilon's case on this map so far. They have been dying a lot, but they have been buying a lot of space to the side of Chudlings as well. You can see that amidst it all, we actually see Ash now at a 4-1 scoreline as well. They have had the gold injections. They're not too far behind. In fact, they're actually ahead of the opponent Mel, having been down 1.6k at some point in this game.
Yeah, and he cashed in the coal, so he's perfectly happy in this game, going to be built up towards that Infinity Edge. And I also just want to call out, like, look at the difference between how this player has been playing the fights. Like, on the Syndra, had some great moments, some great scatters, but the footwork that we're seeing from Reela, like, this is the main character energy we've been seeing from this player for basically their entire time in competitive play, and it's so good to see it back. Like, as much as I love the mages in the bot lane, it's great to see a player just do what they're really, really good at. Reela is really, really good at AD carry.
Yeah, 100%. It's kind of the same feeling that I saw with some of my favorite ADCs having to swap to mages on this meta. It's just, it felt like no matter what, even if you play a subpar pick like an ADC into a mage, you're just going to perform better because you're more
100%.
comfortable and you're more familiar with the way that it's meant to be played and the flow of the game, right? And you can see how Chudlings, despite, you know, getting ganked a few times, despite losing a few fights outright, they've been continually able to find angles to get them winning fights again and again, unlike Saw now, possibly being seen once more, but that enchanted crystal arrow goes absolutely nuclear. But unfortunately, Shen TP's in massive damage that almost takes the life of Xin Zhao as well. But instead, a lot of resources being invested here to one singular kill, traded for a Drake.
Yeah, that's a lot of investment and a lot of damage traded back, which means I think they don't even get to think about the Baron on the side of TLG, so you're probably quite happy with that as Chudlings. Unfortunately, Saw has been very much bearing the brunt of a lot of the attacks on the side lanes from the Nocturne, very much been that target. Surprising it's not Reela, but I think he's just found great timings to push out his waves and be covered by Aquilon.
Yeah.
So Chudlings maintain a 3k gold lead, like it's not exactly exploded. But again, it goes back to that ticking clock that we've been talking about, right? Like, Reela will have an IE eventually. They will have the better team fighting composition. This Olaf does not get less tanky and does not get less damage as the game goes on. So these moves by TLG are very much necessary, you think, from their perspective, that they need to keep the pace up.
Look, I think Saw's actually playing the role of, like, you know, token Rumble, right? Where you see a lot of people gank Rumble, and it doesn't really matter how many times you kill Rumble because he's still gonna be useful regardless. As soon as they drop an equalizer, like how Hui drops, you know, the ultimate to slow a whole team, gets a fear off, gets any kind of crowd control utility off, or just in general gets a passive procced alongside some damage abilities, you're still going to be useful no matter how many times you die, right? That's just, I think, the more you invest to try and kill Saw, the more you're losing on the back end of that fight.
Yeah, and that's been very much the case of the way the Chudlings have been playing the map. He even has a baby equalizer on QE, so
Exactly, right,
yeah, the parallels are there. Looking for an engage.
Oh, the Encore comes through. They want to burst down the Mundo, and I think they're just about going to get there instead. Ragnarok going to be procced, and this is where the magic starts to happen. You can't see anything except for your life bars just drowning in absolute turmoil as so much damage continues to bellow upon the fields of Rift's injustice here, as somehow, someway, only one person falls. However, that looked like a completely losing fight for the side of TLG.
Yeah, they were just on their back foot the whole time. We're going to see it again. They get the passive out of the Mundo, and before this, the Encore lands, and then it's just the damage train. They're just running them down, and there's no response on the other side. The Mel is able to get a decent amount of damage back, but she doesn't have that ability to just constantly rinse, repeat, and reiterate damage. Zayla throws the flash cube and gets it reflected back at him. But this is really very much telling the story of this game, that Chudlings are online. That's an Infinity Edge completed on Reela. They are ready to fight, and it doesn't matter that the last fight was a bit goofy. They just kind of ran at them. They just want to take any fight they can now.
I completely agree with you, right? The amount of damage that Saw is still able to unleash, despite being a little bit of gold down compared to Google Me, it's getting to the point where the gold lead between that mid laner, the amount of investment they've spent to try and, you know, establish this gold lead is kind of irrelevant now, right? And at this point in time, Saw just learns a couple abilities. Hey, I'm 1,000 gold down. I still kill you, though. It doesn't really matter. And on top of that all, you have a 3,500 gold lead on Zayla. This Olaf is virtually unkillable. I mean, we just looked at him run into like 4 people and just run right back out, right? And
oh, we're doing it again.
Here we go, round 2, looking for episode 2. The sequel, in this case, is always better. As we see Mundo going to be falling as they cannot go where they please. And for one of the few times in this game, we see Chudlings take the scoreboard lead once more.
Yeah, and they will lose their mid lane tower off this, but it looks like they have no interest in playing the map anymore. They're just going straight for this Baron. They do have damage on this Ashe. This will go down very quickly, and it looks like TLG just don't know.
They just don't know. They're not even challenging. They're going to be too late. 6k, 5k, falling. We're dropping to a replay in the middle of a Baron pit fight here as we come right back and the Baron's gone. No fight. All good.
Thank God.
We don't miss any kind of action there. Okay. It's all fine, guys. Everyone calm down.
Okay, they get the smite, they get the Baron, and now, if we talked about this momentum shifting in the favor of Chudlings over the course of this game, it's well and truly like they are in the driver's seat. They have the stronger team fighting composition. They have an Olaf who will have his teleport up very soon. We cast your mind back to that incredible flank TP play that got them into this position. And with the Chemtech Drake once again, and it is a Chemtech Drake again, spawning in 30 seconds, they are set to put their mark on this game and send TLG down 2-0.
This is honestly one of the best performances that I've seen come out of a top lane Olaf in a long time. And we see a massive dash across. Murderon immediately engaging, looking to drag the rest of the team alongside. The fleet comes through, a massive enchanted crystal arrow. Crescent Guy comes through. That might be the only thing that holds him back from death, but not this time. Shen falls. They continue the barrage of damage with the TP in the middle. Mundo, you got to walk away from this fight. You don't get to go where you want to go as the tower falls as well. A massive snipe from Saul as we see the perfect executor getting executed by the Hui. Oh my days, everything is just running into Chudling's favor.
And it's just so easy for them. The comm has to be, we win every fight, take any fight. Because right now they're just bearing down on this bot lane tier 3. They could look to bust open an inhibitor here. I don't know how much more they're going to get, because there is a Chemtech Drake to claim. It looks like they're going to rip the cord and get out of here and take that prize.
Oh, mid-wave is going to be coming right up. We'll see if they want to do anything just to distract them as they look for this Drake as well. I mean, honestly, I've never seen a weaker 6-1 Mel in my life.
Yeah, she just doesn't have the consistent damage from anyone else on the team to really make sure those executes come through. And this is such a forced engage. And they even draw out the Shen ultimate. Like, this could not have gone better sort of mechanically, like the pieces being there for TLG. But there's just such a wallet diff. And there's such a difference in how their composition is shaped that they're just able to pour damage onto anyone who walks up. And if you try and over-engage, if you try and crack back, Seraphine ult hits you, you get rooted, snared, you get an Olaf running at your face. Like, you can't contest in straight-up front-to-back teamfights anymore for TLG because you don't have the tools. And they're going to do it again.
Oh my gosh, you're basically 3 metric miles away from your own team, but you still choose to engage, forcing out the perfect execution, forcing out the Shroud. You have 15 seconds with this. Akali is basically naked on the field and can't do anything. Look, Shuriken flip, it's just a raw attempt but a futile effort as his tower continues to fall. That Baron minion in the back leads him to a kill instead. It's just complete anguish and demise for the side of TLG as Chudlings completely roll them over.
And they're losing their mid lane as well. There's just a staunch Olaf just sitting in the mid lane, just taking away your structures. And they're looking to potentially end this game now. I mean, they don't have anything to pull the trigger with. They do have the Nocturne ultimate. Could look for it now.
Yeah, they do have a few ultimates, but it doesn't really matter if the enemy team pulls the trigger for you when they try to go in to take you down. But in this case, 3 inhibs, and they've got almost maxed out HP bars, little low on the mana, but I don't think they care. They just want to see to find an angle here, and they're forced to engage. Reflect already utilized, which means anything can go here, and your massive encore comes through, and it's just black screens, grey screens, all forms of monochromatic death onto the side of TLG as they fall to the wayside. Crescent Guard helps them just a little bit longer, but it doesn't matter as Reeler takes the real win to the faces of Chudlings as they destroy the Nexus and win 2-0.
And Chudlings say, screw the meta. We'll just play whatever the hell we want. We'll put our superstar AD carry on an AD carry. We will have Aquilin roam around the map early and get the rest of the team ahead. And then they'll just be goddamn killable in the team fights. Yeah, round of applause. That was sick.
A game.
That was one of the most fun games we've cast today. That was... Whoa.
It felt like it was a class act, right? Chudlings just, weathered through the early game, kind of how we discussed a little bit before the game actually happened. Weathered through, just won on the team fights again and again and again. And Weapon, you were right all along. If they had a true ADC, the game would have been easy as heck, and it looked easy for them.
Yeah, like... Mercury, hello. I will come to you in a moment. But I do want to say, I think a lot of teams are over-indexing on the meta, where AD carries are not necessarily completely unplayable, and we just saw it right there, like in the right situation. That Ashe was the difference maker in a lot of situations. But yeah, the hands were absolutely there. Like, Reeler played out of his mind, but he's just an experienced AD carry, so who's to say that the other AD carry players in the tournament can't do exactly the same thing?
As we look ahead to those, the graph of this game, and we can just see it was a whole team effort, right? The engagers constantly from this Nocturne catching out in the side lanes like 3 times back to back or something crazy like that. The consistent damage of Saw once again just putting the belt to it in this mid lane. Let's be honest, just absolutely dominating the counterpart. It was an incredible, and even the Seraphine ults. Like, so many times it was 2, 3, 4-man ults, just absolutely turning the tide of those fights and just allowing Reeler to pop off.
Yeah, honestly. That's
right ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to note, right? Like, we were talking about how Mel was actually strong in this lane and how they did have the reflect, that they had tools to actually access the wave and make sure that they could farm a storm. But when it came down to the fight, despite having, 3 separate, like, pseudo-tanks in front of you and a Kali to access the backline, I don't think Mel actually had very much impact at all in these fights.
No.
Yeah, like, the thing about the Mel is that she's very execute-based, right? And for that to happen, you need damage to help her get people to the execution threshold. And, like, you look at the rest of the composition, Akali can execute someone by herself, and Xin Zhao, Mundo, and Shen don't do a lot of damage outside of Shen's first 3-4 levels, which are absolutely absurd. So, how the hell are you meant to get anyone to a point where they get exploited? And I've sung the praises of Reeler, because I think he actually played a lights-out game, and it was really refreshing to see a bot player on an AD carry. But you are right, Mercury. A lot of the fights were extended by Aquilin, the person we interviewed at the top of this series, because those encores were absolutely incredible. Even the decisions to just try and go for that one person, because that was the difference maker in the fight, like when he hit their Mundo, sick. Like, this team, I'm really excited about this team moving forward.
Yeah, they'll be moving on towards the upper bracket semi-finals as well. A very, very important match for them. Obviously, we'll find out next week who their opponent ends up being. But already, this is shaping up to be a very, very fun playoffs for sure. I believe we might have a graphic on the way. And obviously, we've got some more stuff before we close out the show. But looking ahead at the rest of the matches, what are you guys thinking for next week? Obviously, we've got Skull Bullet going up against Forever Blessed, and we've got Chef's Choice going up against Cap. Like, I think Chudlings could maybe make a run. Is that crazy to say?
I agree. I fully agree. I think what they showed today, their willingness to play. Oh, we got Aquilin. Hell yeah! Welcome back.
Hello, welcome Aquilin. Welcome back to the
chill
A
series.
bit of a post-match interview. How you feeling after that? That was a pretty
Yeah,
dominant series.
It's pretty chill. Didn't have to do too much. The boys got it. I've kind of sit there and ward and maybe do something. Maybe I'll press an R button, but yeah, I just tank abilities to the head and then continue on.
Support
Pretty
life.
much it.
Great games. Honestly, I can't say anything other than that you guys played extremely well. Honestly, let's just run it back to the game that just happened, right?
Yeah.
We saw the Mel come out. You guys chose Ash Seraphine right before that as well. We were kind of thinking, crap, Mel's just gonna run this lane over, but wasn't really the case. You guys picked it up towards the end and you guys smashed it out of the park. How did you guys feel walking into like a matchup where it's just Mel, Akali, and 3 tanks?
Normally, I mean, into Mel playing Seraphine is a bit annoying, but I pretty much will not press the R button until I see that Mel W come out. Or I'll be playing on the opposite side of the fight where she can't really reflect, because it's not even worth pressing the button if Mel can reflect. She'll just turn the entire fight. For the most part, we're just playing around Nocturne, obviously, and then waiting for real comms and all the rest of it to move around the map and just break people down, I guess.
Fantastic.
Yeah. We saw the classic AD carry come out from Reeler. He definitely looked a lot better. The Syndra is good. The Ashe is better. Yeah, so, like, do you think this is something you're going to lean on moving forward? Obviously, no scrim leaks or anything, but the changes are coming in.
I'm hoping the changes come through and then we don't have to play APC. I don't think Reeler enjoys it too much. I don't really enjoy versing it. I don't enjoy playing with it. If I want to play, I'd rather play with an ADC. Is my thing. Yeah. It's alright. But hopefully APC meta is dead, because it's no good. It's not enjoyable.
No bueno.
No bueno.
So I wanted to ask, who do you, if you had the pick, who do you think the MVP of this series would go to?
It's hard to say. I feel like everyone's pulling weight today. Saul was playing out of his mind on the RA. Reeler's playing pretty fucking insane on the fucking Ashe.
I want to. No, you're allowed to say that. It's all good.
Yeah.
I want to ask, what rank is Saul? Like, what actually is that a Smurf account that he's playing on? Like, what?
I don't know. I think I'd have to talk to the lawyer.
Okay.
He got put tier 1. I have nothing more to say, really. So
okay.
I can't say.
He was. I don't know if you know the rank of Google Me. It's pretty high. He's like 2K challenger.
Something. Sora's different, brother. Like he just doesn't matter nameplate. He's just doing something to him. I'm like, oh yeah, we got everyone 1 mid, and then he's just 1v9 every time.
He just said can win in the chat before the series, and he did.
And he was right.
It's crazy.
He's right.
I feel like made
Dominated
the generational misread of my life, Oh, Emerald 1, he's so screwed, Like, this guy's like 2, 3 full ranks above this guy. It's over. But no, it was over for the other guy instead.
He's a very, very good player. Very surprising. It's like, you see tier 1, you're like, oh, this will be interesting, but he's insane, really.
Yeah. Is it your first time playing with Saul?
I've never played with Saw. Some of the boys have, obviously. I've just played with the Duran one for maybe a scrim or 2 with Reeler, and then Zayla kind of just know through others. So it's been a good run with all the boys. So quite happy with it.
I mean, I actually do want to. I have one more question before we do the wrap question, which will probably be how you feeling about the rest of the tournament or whatever. But Reeler, how you finding playing with him? Because you said just a couple of scrims with him. Like he's a pretty aggressive player, right?
He's pretty aggressive. He has his way of playing the game, and it's different to how I've played with previous ADCs, but it's a good way to play. Really, it's like fight, but it's pretty chill. Really, he wants to play on his timers, but it's pretty reserved.
Okay, cool.
It's been good though. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, before we wrap things up, like Weapon said, what are your thoughts on the rest of the tournament? Also, if you had anything to say to the wonderful viewers in Twitch chat about you guys and your fans and all that.
I guess we are the King Chuds, really. I guess we'll see how much further we can go, but hopefully go all the way to the finals. Should be good.
I believe it. I believe it
too. Man. You played 2 amazing games, man. Well done.
I mean, you don't have to lie, but that's okay. I didn't drop 10 deaths. It's good.
No.
We were glazing. It's all good.
Yeah, no, we were. You can watch the VOD back. We were really happy with the way you guys played.
It was a good game.
Did good.
Definitely the worst game, but we'll improve next week. See how it goes.
So humble.
Well, thank you, Aquilin, for joining us for this post-series interview. And what an incredible slate of games we had all across there. There was one
Yeah.
outlier, I think, in that game 3 in the previous series, but overall, I'm pretty happy with how these teams are looking heading in towards the rest of this tournament.
100%. You know, I think echelon of gameplay here very, very high, and I think every team definitely, whichever team shows up on the day, I think has that edge that can just pull it all the way to the finish line without any problems. Chudlings, I'm really impressed with the way they played today. Honestly, what a great series that they kind of led, right? I feel like they never really lost footing. They kind of had a strong direction in the way they wanted to play the game, and they executed well. You know, and our first series that we had, you know, a little bit more messy, but hey, we love to have different items on the menu and have a tasting of different things. I had a great time today, guys.
Yeah, dude, it's been so good casting with you. I can't believe, I said it again, I can't believe this is your first time casting League of Legends. You sound like you've been doing it for years.
He's a pro, he's a Valorant pro.
Valorant. So, I don't know if the OCL crew want us to shout out what you normally cast on, but, yeah. Follow this Wave. Follow Wave and listen to this guy cast because oh my god, he's so good. But I want to talk about our takeaways from today because my biggest takeaway from game 1 was show up on time for your goddamn games because like
you might win a series.
You might win a series. QAQ was so close. They played an absolute lights out game 1. They got blown out game 2. But if they'd had a third game to recover, we could have been singing a different tune. And then the second takeaway from the day from the second series was that 80 carries can still play. So we're going to have a patch next week. We'll see where that actually lands. But I think we need to start considering the fact that we can just play more 80 carries. And as much as our teams are a little bit slower on the uptake when it comes to the new meta, and they're finally getting there, we might just have to like flip that switch back and say, okay, now we can play Ashe and Seraphine again.
If anything, I think that it allows for a wider diversity of champions to be able to be played down here. It shouldn't just be mages. And I think that people are now starting to realize it shouldn't just be mages. But I think also there's room, even with these 80 carry changes, there's room to still play mages every now and then if you want, right? You can play assassins down bot lane. You can play tanks down bot lane if you want. But yeah, it is good to see some 80 carries back in the champion pool.
We saw one.
Yeah. a 2-0 day,
it's good to be back.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A 2-0 day, though, for Group A. And looking towards the rest of this bracket, I'm quite excited about Team A's chances. There is a pretty solid chance that we could have a full Group A semi-finals at this point. They've just been looking on a tear so far, and obviously we'll have to see with our next week's matches how they go. But we'll be back next Sunday. Was there anything you guys wanted to say or shout out to the chat before we close things out?
Had a lovely time. This is the first time I've ever casted League of Legends, and I have to say that I would love to be back. I had a great time. I feel like it's been a long time coming, you know. League of Legends, my first ever game that I've ever played ever since I was a child. I think I started playing in Season 2. And I was thinking, hey, why not try this game? I could whip out some really old ball knowledge, you know, and it might be still cool. I feel like it really happened today, and I couldn't be happier to have, you know, Weapon and Merc joining me today. It's been an absolute blast. I'm super grateful.
It's been sick, dude. And I will say, I'm keen to cast with you again. Today's been an absolute banger set of games. And for anyone in Twitch chat, you should watch the LCP this Thursday. You really should. Please watch the LCP this Thursday.
Agreed.
And then, say that the color caster is like really good. That you want to see more of him. Whoever that color caster happens to be, watch the LCP. Thank you.
I agree. It's a good shout out. But from all of us here on the live broadcast team, thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back next Sunday for the rest of round number 1 here in the playoffs. But stay safe, stay healthy, and have a good night.